Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto was summoned to ReZero world with Sage Mode and attracted Emilia, Rem, and Ram. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. Crash landing. Naruto's hand was 3 inches from the ramen bowl when reality ripped itself apart. 1 second he was sitting at Ichiraku's, chopsticks ready, Kakashi-sensei droning on about some mission report across from him. The next second, purple light exploded through his vision. His body twisted like someone was wringing out a wet towel, and the smell of pork broth got replaced by burning ozone and something sickeningly sweet. He hit the ground hard. Not Konoha ground. Not any ground he recognized. What the? He rolled to his feet on pure instinct. Kunai already in hand, eyes scanning. Forest. Dense trees, but wrong trees. The bark was too white, the leaves too blue, and the sky above had 2 moons hanging in it like mismatched eyes staring down at him. 2 moons. Okay. He took a breath. Then another. Okay. Not genjutsu. He'd already flared his chakra. Felt for the distortion that came with illusions. Nothing. This was real. Somehow, impossibly, he was standing in a forest that shouldn't exist under a sky that made no sense. A scream cut through the trees. Naruto moved before his brain caught up to his legs. Sage Mode wasn't even a conscious choice. Natural energy flooded into him mid-sprint, his eyes shifting to their toad-like horizontal pupils, his senses exploding outward like a net cast across the forest. 20, no, 30 hostile signatures, clustered half a mile east. Weak individually but organized. Moving in a formation that pinched around a smaller group, 5, maybe 6 people, backing them toward a cliff face. Another scream. A child this time. He pushed harder, leaves scattering in his wake, and burst through the tree line into absolute chaos. The village was burning. Not a big village, 20 houses maybe, with a small square and a well at the center. Half of it was already engulfed in green flames that moved wrong, crawling across surfaces like living things rather than spreading naturally. Bodies lay in the streets, some of them small, and standing among the carnage were figures in dark robes, their faces hidden, their movements jerky and uncoordinated, like puppets with cut strings. Truly, truly, this is slothful, one of them shrieked, his head rotating a full 90 degrees to track a fleeing woman. Running is slothful, dying is slothful, but we shall forgive, for the love of the witch encompasses all. The woman tripped. The robed figure raised his hand, and something invisible slammed into her back, cratering the ground around her impact site. Naruto's kunai took him through the throat before he could finish whatever insane monologue he'd been building toward. The other cultists turned. 28 of them, he counted now, scattered across the village in clusters. Some were chasing survivors. Some were setting more fires. 3 were gathered around what looked like a silver-haired girl backed against a burning building, her hands raised in front of her, ice crystals forming and shattering in the air as she tried to fight back. New face. One of the cultists near him gurgled, still standing despite the kunai embedded in his throat. His fingers wrapped around the handle and yanked it free, black blood spraying. New flesh for the witch. New soul for the... Naruto caved in his skull with a spinning heel kick that didn't let him finish the sentence. I don't know who you people are, he said, loud enough to carry across the burning square. And I really don't care. You've got about 5 seconds to stop what you're doing before I stop you. Laughter. High-pitched, hysterical, coming from everywhere at once. The witch's love knows no bounds. The witch's hatred is salvation. Brothers, this one speaks of stopping us. Doesn't he know we cannot be stopped? Doesn't he understand that diligence is sloth and sloth is diligence? Guess that's a no, Naruto muttered. He crossed the distance to the nearest cluster in the time it took them to blink. The first one went down to a palm strike that shattered his sternum. The second tried to throw some kind of dark energy at him. Naruto caught his wrist, redirected the blast into a third cultist, and broke the second one's arm in 3 places before kicking him into the well. The fourth managed to scream out half a word before Naruto's knee introduced itself to his face. For seconds. For down. The cultists around the silver-haired girl finally noticed him. They turned, abandoning their prey, which was exactly what Naruto wanted. That way! He shouted at the girl, pointing toward a gap in the flames. Get the survivors and run. She stared at him, purple eyes, wide with shock, fixed on his face like she couldn't process what she was seeing. Her pointed ears, and yeah, those were definitely not normal human ears, twitched at his voice. Now, he added, because 3 cultists were rushing him and he really didn't have time for a conversation. The first one threw a punch that would have been slow against an academy student. Naruto slipped it, got inside his guard, and dropped him with an elbow to the temple. The second pulled a knife like that was going to help, and lunged. Naruto grabbed his wrist, broke it, took the knife, and buried it in the third one's shoulder before any of them could react. Truly diligent, the wounded one wheezed, still grinning despite the blades sticking out of him. The Archbishop will be pleased. Yes, he will be so pleased to meet you, vessel of... I'm not a vessel of anything. Naruto kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward into a burning wall. I'm just a guy who really hates people who hurt kids. The silver-haired girl still hadn't moved. She was staring at him with something that might have been hope or terror. Hard to tell with the flames casting weird shadows across her face. I'll cover you, Naruto said, softer this time. Get the villagers. I can handle these idiots. How? Her voice was quiet, musical, nothing like he expected. How are you doing that? Without magic, without any spirit arts, you're just... A cultist lunged at her from a rooftop. Naruto's shadow clone intercepted him mid-air, slamming him into the ground hard enough to crack stone. The girl flinched at the sudden appearance, then flinched again when the clone dispersed in a puff of smoke after snapping the cultist's neck. Questions later, Naruto said. Running now, please. She ran. Thank the sage, she actually ran. Gathering survivors as she went, a small cat-like spirit appearing on her shoulder to help direct people toward the forest's edge. Naruto watched her go for half a second, just long enough to confirm she knew what she was doing, then turned his full attention to the remaining cultists. 18 left, scattered across the village, some still chasing stragglers, others now converging on him with that same jerky, puppet-like movement. Okay, he cracked his neck. Let's do this the fun way. The hand signs came from muscle memory. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 copies of himself poofed into existence, fanning out across the burning square like a blonde wave of impending violence. The cultists hesitated, the first smart thing they'd done all night, but it wasn't going to save them. You know what I hate? Naruto asked, his voice coming from everywhere at once as his clones engaged. I hate people who hide behind religion to do evil stuff. Had a guy back home, hidin', real piece of work. Killed people for his god. Kept talking about how great it was, how much his lord loved the suffering. A clone kicked a cultist through a wall. You know what happened to him? My buddy Shikamaru buried him alive in a hole so deep he'll never climb out. Because that's what happens to people like you. Another clone caught a thrown knife, redirected it into its owner's leg, then put him down with a rising knee. You target civilians. You burn villages. You chase kids through the streets. His voice had gotten quieter, harder. The clones kept working, efficient and brutal, but the original Naruto had stopped moving. He was standing in the center of the square, perfectly still, natural energy swirling around him in visible currents. And you think some witch's love is gonna protect you from consequences? The last conscious cultist, a scrawny guy with wild eyes and blood on his robe, scrambled backward, his broken confidence finally catching up to reality. You? What are you? No human moves like that, no human fights like. The witch will know, she'll find you, she'll... Tell her I said hi. The Rasengan wasn't even a full-sized one, just a tennis ball amount of concentrated chakra, spinning in Naruto's palm, glowing blue in the firelight. He shoved it into the ground at the cultist's feet. The explosion wasn't meant to kill. It was meant to send a message. A crater 10 feet wide. The cultist unconscious and buried in debris up to his waist. The surrounding buildings finally collapsing under the shockwave. Naruto stood in the middle of the destruction, sage markings fading from his face, and took stock. 18 cultists down. Maybe half of them dead, the other half probably wishing they were. The fires were dying down now that no one was actively feeding them, and he could sense the survivors at the forest's edge. 15, including the silver-haired girl, all terrified but alive. Right? He pushed a hand through his hair, dislodging ash and debris. 2 moons, evil cultists, magic girl with pointy ears. This is fine. This is totally fine. It was not fine. The survivors didn't trust him. Not that Naruto blamed them, he just killed a bunch of people in front of them, and his clothes were covered in blood, and he was pretty sure his eyes had been doing that weird sage thing for most of the fight. They huddled at the forest's edge, clutching each other, watching him with the same wariness they'd probably shown the cultists. The silver-haired girl was the exception. She approached him directly, her small spirit familiar hovering near her shoulder, her eyes searching his face for something. An answer to a question he didn't know she was asking. Those were which cultists? She said. From the Sin Archbishop of Sloth's faction. They've been raiding villages across the border for weeks, and no one's been able to stop them. They didn't seem that tough, Naruto said honestly. I mean, they were fast for civilians, I guess, but you killed 12 of them. Her voice wavered slightly. In less than a minute, without any visible magic or blessing. That shouldn't be possible. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling a lot of things about me aren't going to be possible here. He gestured at the 2 moons visible through the canopy. Starting with the fact that I don't think I'm anywhere near home. The spirit on her shoulder. It looked like a cat made of light, with eyes too large and intelligent to be natural. Floated forward. Lia, be careful. This one smells strange. His mana signature is completely wrong. Puck, the girl said softly. He just saved all these people. And I'm not saying I don't appreciate that, but something's off. He doesn't feel human, doesn't feel spirit, doesn't feel anything I've ever encountered. It's like he's pulling energy from somewhere else entirely. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I can hear you, Fuzzy. Puck had the decency to look embarrassed. Right? Sorry. It's just, you're genuinely confusing and I don't like being confused. I'm Great Spirit Puck, by the way. This is my daughter Emilia. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The introduction came automatically. And yeah, I'm not from around here. Like really not from around here. I was eating ramen in my village and then... He made an exploding gesture with his hands. Purple light, twisting feeling. Suddenly I'm face down in a forest with wrong trees and 2 moons. Summoned, Puck said immediately. Someone tried to summon something powerful, and they got you instead. It happens, though not usually across dimensional barriers. His tiny face scrunched up. Actually, I take that back. It basically never happens across dimensional barriers. What were you doing when it happened? Anything unusual? No? Just sitting at my favorite ramen stand. Kakashi-sensei was being boring about mission reports. I was about to eat. And you were just... What, normally sitting there? No rituals, no artifacts, no. I might have been using a little nature energy, Naruto admitted. I'd been training earlier and sometimes I forget to let it go completely. Puck went very still. Nature energy. You were passively absorbing natural energy while sitting in a populated area. Casually. Yeah? Is that bad? That's impossible. Spirits can barely do that. Humans definitely can't. It would kill you or worse, turn you into a monster. The world itself rejects anyone who tries to. Puck stopped, floating back slowly, his expression shifting from curiosity to something like awe. What exactly are you? I'm a shinobi, from Konoha, village hidden in the leaves. Naruto shrugged. We've got people way stronger than me, honestly. My best friend can teleport and has eyes that do basically anything. My teacher can copy any technique he sees. My other friend can punch holes in mountains. Those aren't... Puck seemed genuinely at a loss for words. "Lia, I think we should take him to Roswell." Emilia's expression flickered. Just for a second, a shadow of something painful crossed her features before she smoothed it away. "You think Lord Mathers will know what to do? If anyone does, it's him. He's been studying summoning theory for centuries. If this is what I think it is, a true dimensional breach rather than a standard summon, then we need to understand it before anything else comes through." "Nothing else came through," Naruto said. "Just me. That you know of." Puck's voice had gone serious. "Dimensional tiers don't just open and close cleanly. If there's a hole between your world and ours, things could be leaking both ways. Your power could be affecting our world in ways you don't even realize." That wasn't great news. Naruto looked at the survivors, still huddled at the treeline. Then at the burning village behind him. Then at the silver-haired girl who'd faced down cultists alone rather than run. "Okay," he said. "Take me to this Roswell guy. But first," he pointed at the villagers. "They need somewhere safe. Some of them are hurt, and there might be more cultists in the area. We can escort them to the nearest town," Emilia said immediately. "It's half a day's walk, but the roads should be safe this close to Mathers' territory." "No," Emilia blinked. "No, half a day's too long. Some of those injuries need treatment now, not 12 hours from now." Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood, and pressed it to the ground before anyone could ask what he was doing. Summoning jutsu. The explosion of smoke made everyone flinch backward. When it cleared, a toad the size of a large dog was sitting in front of Naruto, wearing a vest covered in pockets and looking deeply unimpressed. "Naruto," the toad said flatly, "why does the air taste wrong? And why is there a floating cat staring at me?" "Gamakichi, good you came through. Look, I need you to go back and tell Granny Tsunade." "I can't." "What?" Gamakichi shifted uncomfortably, his webbed feet pressing against the unfamiliar ground. "I tried to reverse summon the second I got here. It didn't work. The connection to Mount Mayaboku feels thin, like a thread instead of a rope. I could barely push through to answer your call, and going back feels like it would snap the link entirely." Naruto's stomach dropped. "So you're stuck here too. For now. Maybe. I need to talk to Pop about it. But..." Gamakichi trailed off, looking around at the burning village, the shell-shocked survivors, the silver-haired girl with the floating cat. "Naruto, where the hell are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out." He turned to Emilia and Puck, who were both staring at Gamakichi with expressions ranging from fascinated to mildly terrified. "This is Gamakichi. He's a friend. He's also a toad, before you ask. And yes, he can talk." "I can see that," Puck said slowly. "I can also see that he's not a spirit, not a magical beast, and not any category of creature I recognize. This is deeply concerning." "Cool. Everyone's concerned. Can we maybe be concerned while we're helping those villagers?" The statement seemed to snap Emilia out of her shock. She nodded firmly, turning to address the survivors with a gentle authority that surprised Naruto, given how young she looked. "We're going to help you," she said. "All of you. There's a healer at my camp not far from here. She can treat injuries and provide shelter until it's safe to return or relocate." A murmur ran through the crowd, some hopeful, some suspicious. "Why?" an older man asked, stepping forward. He had a burn across his arm and blood matted in his gray hair, but his eyes were sharp. "You're the witch's daughter, aren't you? We've heard the stories. Why would you help us?" Emilia flinched like she'd been slapped. "Hey!" Naruto's voice cut across the clearing, harder than he'd intended. "She just risked her life fighting those psychos while you were running. She was standing in front of your kids throwing ice at people who wanted to murder them. Maybe save the prejudice for after she's done saving your asses." The old man's face went red. "You don't understand, outsider. The Witch of Envy destroyed half the world. This girl looks exactly like, I don't care." 3 words. Flat, absolute, leaving no room for argument. "I don't care what she looks like. I don't care what stories you've heard. I care what she does, and what she did was fight for you. Naruto met the man's eyes steadily. Where I come from, that's all that matters. Silence. The crackling of dying flames. The soft whimper of an injured child somewhere in the crowd. Emilia was staring at him, not with the guarded wariness she'd shown before, but with something raw and vulnerable, like he'd reached into her chest and touched something no one had touched in years. "We'll accept her help," a woman said quietly, stepping forward with a toddler on her hip. "My daughter needs a healer. I don't care about stories." More murmurs. Some agreements, some reluctant nods, a few angry mutters from people who weren't willing to let go of their prejudice that easily. But enough. Enough to move forward. "Right?" Emilia said, her voice only slightly unsteady. "Follow me. It's about 2 hours' walk, but the path is clear." The march through the forest was tense. Naruto stayed at the back of the group with Gamakichi, watching for any signs of more cultists. The survivors moved in a tight cluster, the injured supported by the healthy, children carried when they couldn't keep up. Emilia led from the front, Puck floating at her shoulder, her back straight despite the weight of hostile gazes she had to feel pressing against her. "So," Gamakichi said quietly, hopping along beside Naruto, "dimensional travel. That's new." "Yeah. And we can't get back." "Yeah. And you've already adopted another broken girl who everyone treats like crap." Naruto almost tripped. "I didn't adopt her. She was fighting alone, and those people were being jerks. And, Naruto." Gamakichi's voice was fond and exasperated in equal measure. "You have a type. It's fine. I'm just saying, maybe try not to start a one-man revolution to fix whatever systemic injustice is causing her problems. At least until we figure out if we can ever go home. No promises." "I figured." They walked in silence for a while, the unfamiliar forest pressing close around them. The trees really were wrong, too pale, too uniform, with leaves that rustled in a breeze Naruto couldn't feel. The natural energy here tasted different too. Sharper, more chaotic, like it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. "The connection to Mount Myaboku," Naruto said eventually. "How bad is it?" "Bad. Not broken, but strained. Like a muscle that's been stretched too far." Gamakichi's voice was uncharacteristically serious. "I can feel Pop and the others, barely. They know something's wrong. But actually communicating, actually traveling back and forth, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. But it's possible. Eventually. Maybe. I don't know, Naruto. This is way outside anything we've dealt with before." They emerged from the forest onto a road, actual cobblestones, worn smooth by years of travel, and Naruto got his first real look at the world he'd landed in. It was beautiful. Rolling green hills stretched toward distant mountains, dotted with clusters of trees and the occasional farmhouse. A river wound through the valley below, sparkling in the light of those two impossible moons. And rising from a hill maybe 2 miles ahead was a mansion that looked like something out of one of Kakashi's trashy romance novels. All spires and towers and elaborate architecture that screamed, "Rich person lives here." "That's Roswell Manor," Emilia said, falling back to walk beside him. Puck had apparently gone to sleep, curled up in her hair like a silver-furred accessory. "Lord Mathers owns most of the land in this region. He's eccentric, but he's been kind to me." "Eccentric how?" "He wears makeup, and speaks in a distinctive pattern, and is several hundred years old due to a combination of magical techniques that are frankly concerning." She paused. "He's also one of the kingdom's most powerful mages, and has been looking for someone like me for a very long time." "Someone like you?" "A half-elf who resembles the witch." Her voice was carefully neutral, but Naruto caught the undercurrent of old pain. "He believes I have a destiny. Something about breaking the kingdom's stagnation and changing the world." "Do you believe that?" Emilia was quiet for a long moment. "I believe I want to help people. Beyond that." She shrugged, a small, helpless gesture that made her look her age. "I don't know what I believe." "That's more than most people have figured out," Naruto said. "I spent most of my life just wanting acknowledgement. Wanting people to see me as something other than the monster they thought I was." Emilia's steps faltered. Monster. There's a demon sealed inside me. Has been since the day I was born. The words came out easier than they used to. Years of acceptance had filed down the edges of that particular wound. Where I come from, that made me dangerous. Untrustworthy. People looked at me the same way those villagers looked at you. But you said where you come from, what someone does is all that matters. It is, but that doesn't mean everyone believes it. Naruto smiled, and it wasn't entirely bitter. I had to prove myself, over and over. Every mission, every fight, every stupid argument. And eventually, people started to see me instead of the fox. That sounds exhausting. It was. It still is sometimes. He glanced at her, really looked at her, and saw someone who understood that exhaustion on a bone-deep level. But it's worth it. When someone finally looks at you and sees you, that's worth everything. Emilia didn't respond, but something in her posture shifted, loosening slightly, like she'd set down a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying. They reached the manor's gates just as the eastern sky started to lighten. Naruto had been expecting guards, security, some kind of challenge at the entrance. What he got instead was a girl in a maid outfit sprinting toward them at a speed that would have impressed some chunin he knew. She had blue hair, bright, unnatural blue, pulled back from her face to reveal a small horn poking out from her forehead. Her eyes were fixed on Emilia with an intensity that made Naruto's hand drift toward his kunai pouch. Lady Emilia. The maid skidded to a stop, barely breathing hard. You were supposed to be back hours ago. When the reports came in about the witch cult attacking Arlem village, we thought. She cut off, finally noticing Naruto and Gamakichi. Her expression went flat and hostile in an instant. Who is this? His name is Naruto, Emilia said quickly. He saved the villagers. He saved me. Rem, please, we have injured people who need treatment. And I can smell it. Rem's voice had dropped to something low and dangerous. She stepped forward, putting herself between Emilia and Naruto, her hand reaching behind her back to grip something that hadn't been visible a moment ago. The witch's scent. It's all over him. Her horn seemed to pulse faintly, and her eyes, God, her eyes had gone feral, the pupils narrowing to slits. What are you? What did you do to Lady Emilia? Remington. Another voice, identical in pitch but completely different in tone. Bored, almost lazy. You're making a scene. A second maid emerged from the manor's entrance, walking with the kind of unhurried grace that suggested she simply couldn't be bothered to move faster. Pink hair instead of blue, but otherwise identical, same face, same outfit, same small horn. Twins. Of course they were twins. Sister, Rem said tightly, not taking her eyes off Naruto. This man reeks of the witch's miasma. It's coating him like a second skin. I can smell it too. The pink-haired twin, Ram, presumably, based on context, stopped beside her sister, giving Naruto an assessing look. I can also see that Lady Emilia is unharmed. There are 15 injured villagers who need our attention, and this stranger hasn't made any hostile moves despite your rather rude welcome. Ram, take the villagers inside. Alert the healing staff. Tell Roswell we have a situation. Ram's voice brooked no argument. I'll watch our guest. Rem looked like she wanted to argue. Every line of her body screamed violence, her hands still gripping whatever weapon she had hidden. But after a long moment, she gave a sharp nod and turned to the survivors, her professional demeanor snapping back into place like a mask. This way, please. The injured will be seen immediately. Everyone else will receive food and shelter. The villagers began filing through the gates, casting nervous glances at Naruto as they passed. Emilia lingered, her expression conflicted. He really did save us, she said quietly, addressing Ram. I know how this looks, but I believe you. Ram's voice was still flat, but something in it had softened slightly. Go with the villagers, Lady Emilia. Get some rest. Roswell will want to speak with you in the morning. Emilia hesitated a moment longer, her eyes meeting Naruto's. Whatever she saw there seemed to settle something in her, because she nodded once. A small, grateful acknowledgement, and followed the others inside. which left Naruto alone with Ram and a very confused Gamakichi. "So," Ram said, turning to face him fully. Her expression was utterly unreadable. "You smell like the Witch of Envy. You appeared from nowhere. You defeated 30 witch cultists single-handedly, and you have a talking frog." "Toad," Gamakichi corrected automatically. "And you have a talking toad." Ram tilted her head slightly. "Lady Emilia seems to trust you. My sister wants to kill you. Roswell will probably find you fascinating." A pause. "What exactly are you planning to do here?" Naruto considered the question. He was stuck in another dimension. He couldn't go home. He was covered in something called the witch's scent that made people want to murder him. And he'd already attached himself to a persecuted girl who was way too familiar with being alone. "Honestly," he said, "I just want to help, and maybe eat something that isn't ration bars." Ram stared at him for a long moment. Then, impossibly, she laughed. It was short, barely more than a breath, but it transformed her face from coldly beautiful to something almost human. "You're either the best liar I've ever met," she said, "or the most genuine idiot I've ever met. I'm not sure which is more dangerous." "Most people go with idiot," Naruto offered. "Most people haven't seen you fight, apparently." Ram turned and began walking toward the manor, gesturing for him to follow. "Come. There's food in the kitchen, and Roswell won't be up for hours. You can tell me about these shadow clones while we wait." "How do you know about?" The villagers couldn't stop talking about it. The golden-haired demon who multiplied himself and destroyed the cultists like they were training dummies. Ram glanced over her shoulder, something sharp and interested in her expression. "My sister and I are called demons sometimes. I'm curious to see if you live up to the name." The manor's interior was exactly as over-the-top as its exterior had suggested. Marble floors, vaulted ceilings, paintings that probably cost more than most villages' annual income. But what caught Naruto's attention was the kitchen. Massive, well-stocked, and currently occupied by a bewildered-looking chef who clearly hadn't expected company at this hour. "Make him whatever he wants," Ram said, settling into a chair with the air of someone who owned the place. "Something tells me he's going to need his strength." For hours, 6 plates of food, and a very thorough interrogation later, Naruto was starting to think he might actually survive this dimensional displacement thing. Ram was terrifying. Not in a she-could-kill-me way, though he was pretty sure she could, but in a she-sees-everything and judges-constantly way. Her questions had been pointed, precise, designed to catch him in lies or inconsistencies. His answers had apparently passed some invisible test because she'd gradually shifted from hostile observer to, well, still hostile but with a slight edge of respect. "So your world doesn't have spirits," she said, sipping tea that Naruto was pretty sure was stronger than it looked. "No magic. Just this chakra that everyone can use if they train for it. Pretty much, though most people don't bother. Being a shinobi is dangerous. And you're considered powerful in your world?" Naruto hesitated. "I'm one of the stronger ones, maybe in the top 10 depending on how you count." Ram's eyebrow arched. "You defeated 30 cultists without breaking a sweat. If you're only top 10, I'm curious what your strongest can do. Sasuke can open portals to other dimensions. Kakashi-sensei once cut a lightning bolt in half. My friend Lee can move faster than most people can see, using nothing but physical training." He shrugged. "I'm actually pretty straightforward compared to some of them. I just hit hard and don't stay down." "How reassuring." Ram set down her tea. "The scent Rem detected on you. You genuinely don't know what it is?" "No clue. I don't even know what the Witch of Envy is, beyond what Emilia mentioned. 400 years ago, a half-elf named Satella consumed the witch factors of 6 other witches and became the Witch of Envy. She destroyed half the world in a rampage before being sealed by a coalition of heroes and the divine dragon Volcanica." Ram's voice had gone carefully neutral, reciting history rather than opinion. "She's the source of prejudice against half-elves. The reason Emilia is treated the way she is. That's insane. Emilia wasn't even born then." "No. But she looks like Satella. Has the same silver hair, the same purple eyes, the the same magical affinity. Ram paused. And now she's associated with a man who carries the witch's scent so strongly that my sister nearly attacked him on sight. Can I get rid of it? The scent. Perhaps. Roswell might know a way. But first you'll have to survive meeting him. Something flickered in Ram's expression. Warning or anticipation. Hard to tell. He's not like other nobles. His interest in you will be genuine, but it won't be kind. I've dealt with manipulative people before. Not like him. Ram stood, gathering the tea things with practiced efficiency. Get some rest. There's a guest room on the 3rd floor. Rem will show you, assuming she doesn't try to stab you again. Comforting. I wasn't trying to comfort you. She paused at the door, looking back with an expression that was almost warm. Almost. You did a good thing saving those villagers. Whatever else you are, whatever the witch's scent means, that fact remains. She left. Naruto sat alone in the massive kitchen, Gamakichi dozing on the table beside him, and tried to process everything that had happened in the last 6 hours. Dimensional travel. Witch cults. A persecuted half-elf with a destiny she didn't ask for. Twin demon maids, one of whom wanted to kill him. A mysterious noble with centuries of magical knowledge. And some kind of darkness clinging to him that he couldn't see or sense but that marked him as an enemy to anyone with the right nose. This is so much worse than the time with Kagaya, he muttered. Gamakichi opened one eye. At least there's no creepy rabbit goddess trying to absorb you. Yet. Yeah. The toad closed his eye again. Yet. Rem found him an hour later, still sitting in the kitchen, staring at a wall and trying to formulate some kind of plan. Her expression was controlled, professional, but Naruto could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hand kept twitching toward her weapon. I'm to show you to your room, she said flatly. Follow me. The walk through the manor was silent and awkward. Rem stayed exactly 3 steps ahead, never looking back, her posture screaming distrust with every line. Naruto let the silence stretch, not willing to push his luck with someone who clearly still wanted to test how many pieces she could cut him into. They reached a door on the 3rd floor, identical to a dozen others they'd passed. This is your room, Rem said. Breakfast is served at 7. Roswell will summon you when he's ready. She paused, finally turning to face him. If you harm Lady Emilia in any way, I will end you. I'm not going to hurt her. The witch's scent says otherwise. Then the witch's scent is wrong. Rem's eyes narrowed. That same feral intensity from before flickered across her face, her horn pulsing faintly with some inner power. You believe that, she said slowly. You actually believe you're not a threat. I'm absolutely a threat. Just not to Emilia. Naruto met her gaze steadily. I know what it's like to have people look at you and see a monster. I know what it's like to have everyone assume you're going to hurt them because of something you can't control. If you think I'd ever do that to someone else, you haven't been paying attention. For a long moment, Rem just stared at him. Then something shifted in her expression. Not softening, more like recalculating. Adjusting her mental model of him to account for new data. You're strange, she said finally. But sister seems to think you're not immediately dangerous. I'll trust her judgment. A pause. For now. That's all I'm asking. Rem nodded once, sharp and precise, and walked away without another word. Naruto stood in front of his door for a minute longer, listening to her footsteps fade. Then he pushed inside, found a bed that was way too comfortable for his current stress level, and collapsed onto it without bothering to undress. He was asleep in seconds. The dream came fast and vivid. He was standing in a field of white flowers under a sky that churned with purple clouds. The flowers stretched to the horizon in every direction, swaying in a wind that carried the smell of decay and something sweeter underneath. A woman stood at the center of the field, silver hair that fell to her waist, purple eyes that held more sorrow than any person should be able to contain, a black dress that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. She looked at him. Who are you? Her voice echoed strangely, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. You don't belong here. You aren't him. Naruto tried to respond, but his voice wouldn't work. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't obey. The woman drifted closer, not walking, drifting like gravity had forgotten to apply to her. "You smell like home," she whispered. Like nature, like freedom." Her hand reached toward his face, trembling. "I've been so alone. So long. Why do you feel like hope when everything else feels like despair?" Her fingers brushed his cheek, and Naruto woke up screaming. Light was streaming through the window. Morning, somehow, he'd slept longer than he'd intended. His heart was hammering against his ribs, his sage-enhanced senses screaming that something was watching him, something old and vast and hungry. But when he looked around the room, he was alone. "What the hell was that?" he breathed. The door slammed open. Rem stood in the doorway, Morning Star already in her hands, her eyes scanning for threats. Ram appeared a second later, slightly less armed but no less alert. "We heard you scream," Rem said shortly. "Bad dream." Naruto forced himself to take a breath. Then another. His heartbeat started to slow. "Really bad dream. Woman with silver hair and purple eyes. Said I smell like nature and hope." The twins exchanged a glance that contained an entire conversation. "Satella," Ram said quietly. "The Witch of Envy. She appeared to you in a dream. That happens? To people who carry her scent? Occasionally. To people who carry it as strongly as you do." Ram's expression was unreadable. "I don't think anyone knows. You might be the first person to survive that much of her attention." "Great. Cool. Love that for me." Naruto pushed himself out of bed, checking that all his limbs were still attached and functional. "So the crazy sealed which can reach into my dreams. Anything else I should know about?" "She's not crazy." Rem's voice was strange, hostile still, but with an undercurrent of something else. "She's broken. The Witch of Envy and Satella aren't the same person. Not exactly. The envy factor consumed her, twisted her. But the original Satella is still in there somewhere, crying." "How do you know that?" Rem didn't answer. She just turned and walked away, her Morning Star disappearing somewhere in her uniform. Ram watched her go, then sighed. "My sister has strong opinions about the witch. We'll explain later. For now, Roswell is waiting." She eyed his rumpled clothes with obvious disapproval. "There are fresh garments in the wardrobe. Try to look presentable. First impressions matter. I'm from another dimension. I think presentable is already off the table. Then try for not actively offensive to the eyes." Ram turned to leave. "The audience chamber is on the first floor, eastern wing. Don't keep him waiting." Naruto found clean clothes that fit surprisingly well. Simple but high quality, probably standard guest attire, and made his way downstairs with Gamakichi hopping along beside him. The manor was more alive now, with servants moving through hallways and the smell of breakfast drifting from multiple directions. Emilia intercepted him halfway to the eastern wing. "Naruto." She looked better than she had last night. Rested, cleaned up, wearing a white dress that made her silver hair gleam. "I wanted to thank you, properly, for everything you did." "You don't need to thank me. I just did what anyone would do." "No." Her voice was firm. "You didn't. Anyone else would have run, or hid, or justified non-involvement. You saw people in danger and you acted. That's not common." She hesitated, then added more quietly. "And what you said to those villagers, about judging people by their actions. I've never had anyone defend me like that. Their loss." Naruto shrugged. "You seem like good people, Emilia. Anyone who can't see that is blind." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "You're very kind." "Nah, I'm just honest. Ask anyone who knows me. I'm terrible at lying." A small smile touched her lips, the first real smile he'd seen from her, and it transformed her face from beautiful to luminous. "Puck says Roswell is going to try to recruit you," she said. "He's always looking for powerful people to add to his faction. Be careful what you agree to." "I'm not interested in politics." Neither was I. And yet here I am, a candidate for the throne. The smile had faded, replaced by something more complicated. This world has a way of dragging you into things you never asked for. Tell me about it. He gestured at the hallway around them. 24 hours ago, I was eating ramen. Now I'm in another dimension with a sealed which haunting my dreams and demon twins who can't decide if they want to kill me or interrogate me. Rem and Ram are complicated, but they're good people underneath the hostility. Once you earn their trust, they'll protect you with everything they have. Noted. He started walking toward the eastern wing, Emilia falling into step beside him. You know, you don't have to come with me. Roswell is your patron, right? This is probably going to be awkward. That's exactly why I'm coming. Her chin lifted with quiet determination. I want to see how he reacts to you. It'll tell me a lot about what he's really planning. Smart. I've had to be. They reached the audience chamber together. A massive room with pillars of carved stone and windows that stretched from floor to ceiling. Roswell L. Mathers was waiting for them on an elevated platform, lounging in a chair that was definitely a throne regardless of what anyone called it. He was exactly as strange as Emilia had warned. Makeup covered half his face in elaborate swirls of yellow and blue. His hair was purple, long and flowing, and his clothes were the kind of elaborate that circled back around to absurd. But his eyes, one yellow, one blue to match his face paint, held an intelligence that made Naruto's skin prickle with unease. This wasn't a fool playing dress-up. This was a predator wearing a costume. My, Roswell said, his voice carrying that distinctive pattern Ram had mentioned. The mysterious savior of Arlem Village. The man who smells of the witch but fights like a hero. Welcome to my humble home. Thanks for having me. Naruto didn't bow. Something told him Roswell would respect honesty more than politeness. Nice place you've got here. Isn't it just? 400 years of careful maintenance will do that. Roswell leaned forward, his mismatched eyes fixed on Naruto with unsettling intensity. Ram tells me you claim to be from another world. Another dimension, even, that you arrived through an unintentional summoning and have no idea how to return. That's about the size of it, yeah. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Roswell stood, descending from his platform with fluid grace. Do you know, in 400 years of study, I've never encountered a successful dimensional breach? The barriers between worlds are supposed to be absolute, inviolable, and yet here you are. Lucky me. Indeed. Roswell stopped a few feet away, close enough that Naruto could smell his perfume. Something floral and expensive. The question, of course, is what to do with you. You're clearly powerful. That display with the cultists would have been impressive for a royal knight, let alone a stranger who just fell from the sky. I didn't fall. I was pulled. Semantics. Roswell waved a hand dismissively. The point is, you exist. You're here. And you've already attached yourself to my most precious candidate. His eyes flicked to Emilia, something possessive in the glance. I'm curious about your intentions. My intentions are to figure out how to get home. Until then, I'm going to help people who need it and try not to cause too much trouble. How admirably simple. Roswell's smile showed too many teeth. And if helping people puts you at odds with the established order? If it interferes with plans that have been centuries in the making? Then those plans probably needed interfering with. Silence. Then Roswell laughed. A genuine sound, rich with amusement. Oh, I like you. You're either tremendously naive or tremendously confident, and I'm not sure which is more entertaining. He turned away, walking back toward his throne. Stay, as my guest under my protection. Help Emilia with her campaign if you're so inclined. But know this, everything in this manner happens because I allow it. And if I don't want to stay, then you're free to leave. But you'll find the world outside much less welcoming than these walls. Roswell settled back into his chair, steepling his fingers. The witch cult already knows about you. By now, every Sin archbishop has heard tales of the golden-haired stranger who tore through their forces like paper. They'll be coming. Let them come. Such confidence. Roswell's eyes gleamed. But can you protect everyone? The villagers you saved? The servants in this manor, dear Emilia herself? Or will your help Simply paint targets on their backs. The words hit harder than they should have. Because Roswell was right. Naruto's presence had already caused problems. The scent clinging to him, the witch's dream, the attention from dangerous forces. He couldn't just punch his way through this world the way he would have handled things back home. There were consequences here, ripples that spread beyond his control. "I'll stay," he said finally. "For now. But I'm not your tool, and I won't pretend to be." "I wouldn't dream of asking." Roswell's smile was sharp as a blade. "Now, shall we discuss your fascinating abilities in more detail? I have so many questions." The discussion lasted 3 hours. Roswell was thorough. He wanted to know everything about chakra, about jutsu, about the limits of Naruto's capabilities. And Naruto, despite his instincts screaming that this man was dangerous, found himself answering honestly. Something about Roswell's questions felt genuine, the curiosity of a researcher rather than the calculation of an enemy. By the end, Roswell was staring at him with an expression that might have been awe if it weren't so carefully controlled. "Remarkable," he murmured. "Truly remarkable. An energy system entirely separate from mana, drawing on the world's natural forces rather than internal reserves. And you say anyone in your world can learn this? With enough training, yeah. Though most people don't bother. A waste." Roswell's eyes had gone distant, calculating. The applications alone, regeneration, sensory enhancement, physical augmentation, all without touching the mana system. You could theoretically, he stopped himself, refocusing. But that's a conversation for another day. "Sure." Naruto stood, stretching muscles that had gone stiff from sitting too long. "Anything else you need?" "Not at present. Rem will show you around the manor properly. There are areas that are restricted naturally, but you'll have access to most facilities." Roswell paused. "The witch's scent on you. I may be able to diminish it, given time. But I'll need to study it first." "Whatever helps." Emilia was waiting outside the audience chamber, Puck floating at her shoulder. Her expression was thoughtful, her eyes searching Naruto's face for something she clearly wasn't finding. "You impressed him," she said quietly. "That's not easy to do." "I told him the truth." Seemed like the simplest approach. It was. But it was also dangerous. Roswell values honesty, but he uses it against people. She started walking, leading him away from the eastern wing. "Be careful what truths you share." Noted. They ended up in the manor's gardens. A sprawling space filled with flowers and hedges and small fountains that bubbled quietly in the morning air. Emilia found a bench near a pond where brightly colored fish swam in lazy circles, and sat with the kind of exhausted grace that suggested she'd been running on fumes for longer than she wanted to admit. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "Sure." "The demon sealed inside you. The one that made people treat you like a monster." Her voice was careful, feeling its way through the question. "Did you ever hate them? The people who feared you?" Naruto was quiet for a moment. The fish kept swimming, oblivious to the weight of the conversation happening above them. "Sometimes," he admitted, "when I was young, before I understood why they looked at me that way." He sat beside her on the bench, leaving a respectful distance between them. "There was a man, Irika-sensei, who saw me as a person before anyone else did. He changed everything." "Changed how?" "He showed me that acknowledgement was possible, that if one person could see past the fox, others could too." Naruto watched a particularly bold fish approach the surface, as if expecting food. "That's what kept me going. Not anger, not resentment, just hope. The stubborn belief that if I kept trying, kept proving myself, eventually people would understand. And they did. Most of them." A small smile touched his lips. "The village that used to chase me out of shops now throws festivals in my honor. The people who crossed the street to avoid me now ask for my autograph." His voice softened. "It takes time. More time than anyone should have to give. But it's possible." Emilia was staring at the fish, her expression unreadable. "I've been trying for years. Studying spirits, learning magic, working to prove that I'm not her. And every time I think I'm making progress, Someone sees my face and it all falls apart. Then keep going. It's exhausting. I know. He turned to face her fully. But the alternative is giving up. Accepting that they're right about you. And I don't think you believe that. No. Her voice was small but fierce. No, I don't. Then we've got something in common. Naruto stood, offering his hand to help her up. Come on. You said something about breakfast, and I'm pretty sure I could eat a horse. Emilia stared at his hand for a long moment. Then she took it. Thank you, Naruto. Her voice was steadier now. Something settled behind her eyes. For everything. Don't thank me yet. I've got a feeling things are about to get way more complicated. He wasn't wrong. The explosion came from the manor's eastern wall. A blast of green fire that sent stone flying across the courtyard. Naruto shoved Emilia behind him, Sage Mode snapping into place before the debris finished falling, his senses reaching out to map the threat. 3. No, for hostiles. Approaching fast from different directions, their signatures twisted and wrong in ways that made his skin crawl. And leading them, strolling through the breach in the wall like he owned the place, was a man with wild eyes and fingers that bent in directions fingers shouldn't bend. Found you, the man sang, his voice echoing with harmonics that had no business existing in human vocal cords. Found you. Found you. The new toy. The witch's new favorite. Truly, truly, truly diligent of you to present yourself so openly. Betelgeuse Romanicanti had come calling. And Naruto was about to show him why that was a very, very bad idea. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2. The madman's gospel. Naruto had fought crazy before. Orochimaru with his body-hopping obsession. Haiden cackling while his head rolled across the ground. Obito trying to put the entire world under eternal illusion because he couldn't handle his girlfriend dying. But this guy was a different flavor of unhinged. Sloth! Betelgeuse screamed, his body contorting in ways that shouldn't be possible, spine bending backward until his head hung upside down between his legs. Slothful, slothful. So slothful of me to not come sooner. The witch's beloved has been waiting, suffering, longing for our embrace. His fingers, all 20 of them, because apparently this world didn't believe in normal anatomy, stretched toward Naruto like pale snakes. Naruto didn't wait to see what they do on contact. He crossed the distance in a blur, Sage Mode flooding his system with power, and drove his fist into Betelgeuse's chest hard enough to crater the ground beneath them. The Archbishop folded around the impact, eyes bulging, blood spraying from his mouth. Then he laughed. Yes, 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 such diligence. Such beautiful, violent, passionate love. His body snapped back into shape like rubber, the chest wound already closing. The witch has chosen well, a vessel worthy of her affection, strong enough to contain her blessing. I'm not a vessel. Naruto grabbed him by the collar, yanking him close. And I'm not interested in any witch's blessing. But she's interested in you. Betelgeuse's smile stretched too wide, splitting his cheeks. Can you feel it? Her love, seeping into your very soul? You reek of her, boy, more than any mortal I've ever encountered. She's claimed you already. You simply haven't accepted it yet. Something cold brushed against Naruto's mind. A whisper of purple at the edges of his vision. The same presence from his dream, reaching out, trying to. He slammed his forehead into Betelgeuse's nose. The crack of breaking bone was deeply satisfying. The Archbishop stumbled backward, his face a mess of blood and exposed teeth, and for one beautiful moment he actually looked surprised. Get out of my head, Naruto growled. Both of you. Wonderful. Wonderful. Betelgeuse was already healing, cartilage reforming with wet crunching sounds. Such resistance. Such spirit. The witch factor of pride, perhaps. Or wrath. Yes, I can see it. The burning determination, the refusal to submit. His voice dropped to something almost sane. You would have made such a beautiful sin, Archbishop. Pass. The other 3 hostiles were moving. Naruto could feel them circling the manor, looking for weak points, probably hunting for the people inside. Rem and Ram's signatures were already in motion. Good, they'd protect the civilians, But Emilia was still behind him, frozen in place, and Puck hadn't materialized. Emilia, run. I can fight. Not asking. His voice was harder than he intended. These people came for me. If you're here, they'll use you. Get inside. Find the twins. Protect the villagers. Naruto, please. Something in his tone must have gotten through. Emilia hesitated one more second, then turned and sprinted toward the manor's main entrance. Betelgeuse watched her go with that too-wide smile. The half-devil flees. Smart. Slothfully smart. But we didn't come for her today. We came for you. Lucky me. 3 shadow clones popped into existence, each one peeling off to intercept a circling cultist. Naruto felt the connection snap into place, saw through their eyes as they engaged. One cultist with a sword, one with some kind of dark magic, one that moved like Betelgeuse, all wrong angles and impossible joints. Interesting technique, Betelgeuse murmured, watching the clones. Solid constructs, independent action, but still just echoes of the original, yes? Kill the source and the copies die. He moved, fast, way faster than before, his body blurring across the distance between them. Naruto's sage senses screamed warning, and he twisted aside, feeling something invisible slice through the air where his head had been. Nothing there. No weapon, no technique, just nothing visible. But something had definitely just tried to decapitate him. The unseen hand, Betelgeuse crooned, floating. Actually floating, feet inches off the ground, in a slow circle around Naruto. A gift from the witch, a manifestation of her love. Can you see them? Can you feel them reaching for your heart? Naruto reached for natural energy, pulled it deeper into his system, and suddenly he could. Invisible limbs, extending from Betelgeuse back like shadowy tendrils. Dozens of them, writhing and grasping, each one ending in clawed fingers that left distortions in the air where they passed. Yeah, he said. I can see them. Betelgeuse's smile flickered. Impossible. The unseen hand is invisible to all but the truly blessed. Cool. They're still not going to touch me. The Archbishop lunged, all those invisible hands striking at once. A wall of grasping claws coming from every direction. Naruto didn't try to dodge. He formed the Rasengan in his palm. Not the basic version, but the Rasen Shuriken, screaming with wind chakra that shredded the air itself, and threw it directly into the massive limbs. The explosion tore a crater in the courtyard 50 feet across. When the dust cleared, Betelgeuse was still standing. Barely. Half his body was missing, the entire left side just gone, erased by the wind technique's molecular destruction. Black blood pooled beneath him, and for the first time, his expression showed something other than manic glee. Fear. What are you? He rasped, his remaining eye fixed on Naruto with dawning horror. That power, that's not human. That's not mortal. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He walked toward the Archbishop, chakra already gathering for another technique. And you made a really bad choice coming here. Betelgeuse laughed. It was wet, gurgling, his destroyed lungs struggling to produce sound. Kill this body. It doesn't matter. We are legion. The witch cult is eternal, and our devotion is without limit. We'll see about that. Naruto's hand closed around the Archbishop's throat. He could feel the madness radiating off him, the wrongness that went deeper than physical injury. This wasn't just a man. It was something that had been human once, twisted by centuries of obsession into something else entirely. Part of him wanted to just end it, crush the throat, destroy the brain, eliminate the threat. But the clones' memories were flooding in. The cultists they'd fought had been the same, mad, broken, barely human. And when they died, something had left them. A dark energy that dispersed into the air rather than dying with the body. You're possessing them. The realization hit like cold water. These aren't your bodies. You're jumping from host to host. Clever. Clever. Betelgeuse's smile returned, bloody and triumphant. The witch factor of sloth allows me to relocate my consciousness at will. Kill 100 bodies, I'll find 100 more. The faithful are everywhere, and they welcome my presence with joy. Then I'll just have to find a way to kill the part that jumps. For 1 second, just one, Betelgeuse looked genuinely afraid. Then his body went limp, the life leaving his eyes, and Naruto felt the dark presence flee. It shot across the manor grounds, searching for another host, another faithful cultist waiting to receive their archbishop's blessing. Naruto tracked it with his sage senses, watched it enter one of the remaining cultists, the one his clone had cornered near the eastern wall, and felt the body jerk as Betelgeuse took control. New body, the archbishop's voice called from across the grounds. Same devotion. You can't stop what's already begun, vessel. The witch will have you. Then she can come get me herself. Naruto cracked his neck. I'm done playing with her errand boy. He made 3 more clones and sent them to intercept. The original Betelgeuse body was still twitching on the ground, not quite dead, and he had questions that needed answers before. Naruto, Emilia's voice, terrified. He was moving before he consciously decided to, leaving the courtyard behind, racing toward the manor's main hall. His senses painted the scene before he arrived. Emilia backed against a wall, Puck nowhere to be seen, and a cultist with a knife pressed to her throat. Not Betelgeuse, just a normal fanatic, his eyes glazed with religious fervor. The half-devil dies! The cultist screamed, pressing the blade harder. A thin line of blood appeared on Emilia's neck. For the witch, for the glory of... Naruto's kunai took him through the eye. The cultist dropped. Emilia stumbled forward, one hand pressed to her bleeding throat, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Naruto caught her before she could fall, steadying her, checking the wound. Shallow, just a scratch. She'd be fine. I'm sorry, she whispered. I tried to help the villagers, but he was already inside, and Puck is still recovering his mana from last night. And, you're alive. That's what matters. He guided her toward a corner, somewhere defensible. Stay here. I'm going to finish this. There are more of them. In the manor. Ram and Rem are fighting, but... I know. His clones had already engaged. The twins were holding their own. Ram with magic that cut through flesh like razors. Rem with that massive morning star she wielded like it weighed nothing. But they were outnumbered and the cultists kept coming. He made more clones. 20 this time. Flooding the manor's corridors. Hunting down every hostile signature. How many of those can you make? Emilia asked, staring at the army of copies spreading through the building. My record is around 2,000. But that was showing off. A clone's memory flickered through. Cultist down, civilian protected, moving to the next target. This should be enough. The cleanup took 15 minutes. By the end, the manor was littered with unconscious bodies and the occasional corpse. Most of the cultists had surrendered once they realized their archbishop had fled. Something about his presence being the only thing holding them together, the only thing making them worthy of the witch's love. Naruto found Betelgeuse's latest host near the manor's front gate. The archbishop hadn't tried to flee. He was just standing there, watching Naruto approach, that too-wide smile fixed on his face like it had been painted there. You've won today, Betelgeuse said. Congratulations. The faithful are scattered. This body is damaged beyond repair, and I'll need to spend weeks rebuilding my forces. His smile stretched even wider. But I've learned what I needed to learn. Which is that you're perfect. The word came out as a reverent whisper. Stronger than any vessel we've ever found. Resistant to the witch's influence but saturated with her scent. A contradiction that shouldn't exist, that can't exist, and yet here you are. I'm not your vessel. Not yet. Betelgeuse's body started to convulse, black fluid leaking from his eyes and nose. But the witch factor of sloth isn't the only one seeking a home. There are others, stronger ones, and they'll come for you, Naruto Uzumaki. They'll come, and they'll test you, and eventually, you'll break. The body collapsed, truly dead this time. Whatever dark energy had been animating it had finally given up, fleeing to some distant host too far away for Naruto to track. Well, Gamakichi hopped over from wherever he'd been hiding during the fight. That was disturbing. Yeah. Naruto stared at the corpse, trying to process everything that had just happened. Yeah, it really was. The aftermath was chaos. Roswell arrived 20 minutes after the fighting ended, looking far too composed for someone whose manor had just been invaded. He surveyed the damage with those mismatched eyes, humming thoughtfully, like he was evaluating a mildly disappointing painting. Sin Archbishop of Sloth, he murmured. Pedalgius Romanicanti. I'd heard rumors he was operating in this region, but I didn't expect him to be quite so bold. He said he came for me specifically. Naruto wiped cultist blood off his hands with a rag one of the servants had brought. Something about me being a perfect vessel. Unsurprising. The witches sent Yukari would draw the cult like moths to flame. Roswell's gaze settled on Naruto with renewed interest. Though I confess, I didn't expect you to drive him off quite so thoroughly. That technique you used, the spinning sphere of wind, I've never seen anything like it. Raisin shuriken. It's complicated. I'm sure. Roswell didn't push, which somehow made Naruto more uncomfortable than if he had. Regardless, you've earned your place here. The cult won't forget this defeat. They'll be back. And in greater numbers. Let them come. Such confidence. Roswell's smile was sharp. I wonder if it will survive what's coming next. Before Naruto could ask what that meant, Rem appeared at his elbow. She was covered in blood. Not her own, based on the way she was moving, and her expression had shifted from hostile to something more complicated. You protected Lady Emilia, she said flatly, and the villagers, and sister, just doing what anyone would do. No, her voice was quiet but fierce. That's not true and you know it. Most people would have run. Most people would have prioritized their own survival. You made copies of yourself to fight in multiple places at once, spreading your attention to protect everyone. It wasn't a big deal. It was. Rem stepped closer, her blue eyes boring into his. I judged you unfairly. The witch's scent made me see an enemy when I should have seen something else. A pause. I apologize. Accepted. Naruto smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Though if you really want to make it up to me, I wouldn't say no to some of that food Ram mentioned earlier. Rem stared at him for a long moment. Then, impossibly, the corner of her mouth twitched upward. You're strange, she said, but perhaps not in a bad way. She walked away before he could respond, disappearing into the manor to begin the cleanup. Naruto watched her go, feeling like he'd just passed some kind of test he hadn't known he was taking. She likes you. He turned. Ram was leaning against a pillar, looking far too amused for someone who'd just spent 20 minutes fighting for her life. She just apologized for wanting to kill me. I don't think that counts as liking. For Rem, it absolutely does. Ram pushed off the pillar, approaching with that unhurried grace she seemed to do everything with. My sister doesn't apologize. To anyone. Ever. The fact that she admitted to misjudging you means you've done something no one else has managed in years. What's that? Surprised her. Ram's eyes glinted with something that might have been respect. You're stronger than you look, Naruto Uzumaki. And I don't just mean physically. Thanks. I think. Don't let it go to your head. She started walking toward the manor, then paused. The villagers are asking about you. They want to thank the man who saved them twice in 2 days. I don't need thanks. Nevertheless, they want to give them. It would be rude to refuse. She glanced over her shoulder. Besides, there are children among them. They think you're some kind of hero. Try not to disappoint them. She left, leaving Naruto alone in the ruined courtyard. Gamakichi hopped onto his shoulder. You know, for being stuck in another dimension with no way home, you're doing pretty well. Shut up. I'm just saying. 2 days, and you've already got demon twins warming up to you. A half-elf princess looking at you like you hung the moon, and a mysterious noble who probably wants to dissect you, but is too polite to say so. That's not comforting. Wasn't trying to be. Gamakichi settled into a more comfortable position. Come on, let's go play hero for the civilians. You're good at that part. The villagers had been gathered in the manor's main hall, a space large enough to hold all 15 of them plus the servants who were distributing food and medical supplies. Children were running between the adults' legs, their fear from the night before already fading into the resilience of youth. When Naruto walked in, the room went quiet. "That's him," someone whispered. "The golden-haired demon. He saved us. Twice. Did you see what he did to those cultists? I've never seen anyone move that fast." The old man from before, the one who'd called Emilia the witch's daughter, stepped forward. His arm was bandaged now, and he moved with the stiffness of someone who'd been through too much in too short a time. "I owe you an apology," he said. "Last night, I spoke harshly about the half-elf who helped us. You were right to rebuke me. It's not me you should be apologizing to." "I know." The old man's jaw tightened. "But she's not here and you are. So I'll start with you." He lowered his head in a formal bow. "Thank you for saving our village, for defending us against monsters who wanted us dead. We don't know where you came from or why you're here, but thank you." Other villagers followed suit. One by one, they bowed, some formally, some just nodding their heads in acknowledgement. Even the children stopped running to mimic their parents, little faces serious with gratitude they probably didn't fully understand. Naruto stood there, uncomfortable and touched in equal measure. "You don't have to bow," he said. "I'm just a guy who happened to be in the right place." "Then you're a guy who happens to be in the right place a lot." The old man straightened, something like a smile creasing his weathered face. "May the dragon bless your path, stranger." The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. There were reports to file. Apparently even another dimension had bureaucracy and statements to give about the cult's attack. Roswell handled most of it with the efficiency of someone who'd done this many times before, but Naruto still had to explain his abilities a dozen different ways to a dozen different officials. By evening, he was exhausted. Not physically. Sage mode and his Uzumaki constitution meant he could go days without rest if he had to. But mentally, emotionally, the weight of everything that had happened was starting to press down. He found himself on the manor's roof as the sun set, watching those two impossible moons rise into the sky. "Mind if I join you?" Emilia climbed through the window, Puck floating beside her. She changed into simpler clothes, practical traveling gear rather than the white dress from before, and her expression was thoughtful. "Sure." Naruto scooted over, making room. "How's your neck?" "Fine." The healer said it was barely a scratch. She settled beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "I came to apologize." "For what?" "For freezing. During the fight." Her voice was tight with self-recrimination. "I should have been able to protect myself. Instead, I almost got killed, and you had to save me again. You weren't trained to fight cultists. I was trained to fight literally everything." Naruto shrugged. "Different circumstances, different results. It's not your fault. But I want to be useful." The words came out fierce, frustrated. "I'm supposed to be a candidate for the throne. I'm supposed to be able to protect my people, to stand on my own. And instead, I keep needing to be rescued. That's not weakness. That's just learning." He turned to face her. "You know how many times I needed to be rescued when I was starting out? I lost count. Every mission, something went wrong, and someone had to bail me out. But you're so strong now, because I kept trying, because I learned from every failure and got better." His voice softened. "You've only been doing this for, what, a few years? And you're already fighting Sin archbishops alongside demon maids and mysterious shinobi from other dimensions. Give yourself some credit." Emilia was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You're very good at this." "At what?" "Making people feel better." She smiled, small but genuine. "Puck says it's because you actually mean what you say. Most people speak kindness but think judgment. You just say what you believe." "I'm not smart enough to lie convincingly." "Lia?" Puck interrupted, floating between them with an expression that was trying very hard to be stern. "I hate to break up this touching moment, but we need to talk about what Betelgeuse said." Naruto's mood darkened. "About me being a vessel? About you being saturated with the witch's scent. Puck's tiny face was serious. I've been around for a long time, Naruto. I've met people touched by Satella's presence before. None of them smelled like you do. What do I smell like? Like you've been marinating in her essence for centuries. Puck drifted closer, his nose twitching. It's not malevolent, that's the confusing part. The witch's miasma usually feels wrong, corrupted, hungry. Yours feels almost protective, like she's wrapped herself around you to keep something out rather than force something in. I've only been in this world for 2 days. I know, which means either the scent came with you from your dimension. Unlikely. Naruto cut in. We don't have a witch of envy where I come from. We barely have witches at all. Or something about your arrival caught Satella's attention immediately. Something about you resonates with her on a fundamental level. The dream flashed through Naruto's mind. Silver hair, purple eyes, that overwhelming sense of loneliness. She visited me, he admitted. In a dream last night, asked who I was, said I smelled like home. Puck and Emilia exchanged alarmed looks. That's not normal, Puck said slowly. Satella is sealed. Has been for 400 years. She shouldn't be able to manifest in dreams unless... Unless what? Unless she's desperately trying to reach someone. Someone she thinks can help her. Puck's voice had gone quiet. Naruto, do you know what Satella did? Why she's sealed? Destroyed half the world. That's what Ram said. That was the witch of envy. The part of her consumed by the sin of jealousy. Puck floated down to settle on Emilia's shoulder. But before that, Satella was just a girl. A half-elf like Emilia, hated and feared for her appearance. She absorbed the witch factors trying to gain enough power to protect herself, and they consumed her instead. That's... Naruto trailed off, not sure how to finish. Tragic. I know. Emilia's voice was barely a whisper. I've always known we looked alike, but I never thought about why. About what might have driven her to become what she is. The parallels were uncomfortably obvious. Half-elf, ostracized, desperately seeking power to prove herself. The main difference was that Emilia had people supporting her. Satella hadn't. You said the scent on me feels protective, Naruto said to Puck. What does that mean? I don't know. But if Satella is reaching out to you specifically, if she's trying to use you as some kind of anchor to the waking world, Puck's expression was grim. The other archbishops will sense it too. They'll come for you, all of them, and they won't stop until they've either recruited you or killed you. Let them try. You keep saying that, but these aren't normal enemies, Naruto. Each Sin Archbishop holds a witch factor, a fragment of real primordial evil. Sloth was the weakest of them. Greed, gluttony, wrath, pride, lust, they're all stronger. Some of them significantly so. Good. Naruto stood, stretching. I was starting to think this world would be boring. Emilia made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. You're insane. Probably. He offered her his hand for the second time that day. Come on. We should head inside before your demon maids think I'm corrupting you. She took his hand. Held it for a moment longer than strictly necessary. Thank you, Naruto. For being you. Don't know how to be anyone else. They climbed back through the window together, leaving the 2 moons to shine down on an empty roof. The next morning brought news. Roswell summoned everyone to the audience chamber. Naruto, Emilia, Rem, and Gamakichi, who had apparently decided he was important enough to include in strategic discussions. The nobleman was seated in his throne chair, looking more serious than Naruto had seen him. The royal selection has been accelerated, he announced. The council has received word of the witch cult's movements across the kingdom, and they want all candidates gathered in the capital immediately. Why? Emilia asked, her posture stiffening. Because 4 candidates have been confirmed, and the council wants to present them to the public before another disaster strikes. Roswell's mismatched eyes glinted. Emilia, you've been invited to demonstrate your qualifications, as have Crush Karsten, Anastasia Hashin, Priscilla Bariel, and Felt. Felt? Emilia sounded surprised. The street thief. Apparently she possesses dragon blood. The insignia recognized her. Roswell waved a hand dismissively. Politics. The important thing is that we leave tomorrow. All of us? Ram asked. Everyone relevant. His gaze settled on Naruto, including our dimensional guest. The council has questions about the man who defeated a Sin archbishop single-handedly. I didn't defeat him. He ran away. Drove off then. The distinction is irrelevant to people who've never seen either outcome. Roswell smiled that too-sharp smile. You've made yourself famous, Naruto Uzumaki. Whether you wanted to or not. Great. Politics. My favorite. It gets better. Roswell's smile widened. Several noble houses have already expressed interest in meeting you. Some want to recruit you. Others want to test you. A few probably want to kill you before you upset the balance of power any further. How is that better? It isn't. I was being sarcastic. Roswell stood, his robes flowing around him like water. Prepare yourselves. We leave at dawn. The rest of the day was spent packing and planning. Naruto didn't have much to pack. He'd arrived with only the clothes on his back and his ninja tools, but Ram insisted on outfitting him with appropriate attire for meeting royalty. This turned out to mean an elaborate outfit that was somehow both practical and ridiculous, with too many buttons and a cape he immediately threatened to burn. You cannot meet the council looking like a vagrant, Ram said flatly, blocking his path to the fireplace. Appearance matters in these circles. I've met leaders of nations in my undershirt. And how did that go? There may have been some property damage. Exactly. She thrust the cape back into his hands. Wear it. Look noble. Try not to cause an international incident. No promises. Ram's mouth twitched, almost a smile, though she'd probably deny it. You're infuriating. I get that a lot. Emilia found him later, struggling with the cape's clasps in front of a mirror. She'd changed into her traveling clothes, similar to what she'd worn on the roof, but more formal, and her expression was somewhere between amused and sympathetic. Need help? Please. She crossed the room and reached up to adjust the clasp at his throat. Her fingers brushed his neck, light and warm, and Naruto had to remind himself to breathe. You know, Emilia said quietly, focused on her work. When Roswell first told me about the selection, I thought I'd be doing this alone. Puck would help, of course, and the servants would support me, but the standing up and being judged, I thought that would just be me. And now I have you. She finished with the clasp and stepped back, eyes meeting his. However long that lasts, however this ends. Right now, I'm not alone, and that matters more than I can say. You won't be alone, Naruto said. Whatever happens in the capital, whatever the council decides, I'm not going anywhere. You say that now. I mean it. His voice was firm, certain in a way that left no room for argument. I spent my whole life fighting to protect people who needed protection. That doesn't stop just because I'm in a different world. Emilia stared at him for a long moment. Then, moving slowly like she was afraid he'd pull away, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. It wasn't a romantic embrace. It was the desperate grip of someone who'd been starving for genuine connection and finally found it. Naruto hugged her back. Thank you, she whispered into his chest. For being real. Always. They stayed like that for longer than either of them would later admit. The journey to the capital took 3 days. Roswell's dragon carriage was luxurious. More of a mobile mansion than a vehicle. But Naruto spent most of the trip outside, sitting on the roof or running alongside to stretch his legs. The landscape of Lugnica unfolded around them like a painting. All rolling hills and scattered villages and roads worn smooth by centuries of travel. They stopped each night at inns or noble estates, places where Roswell's name opened doors and loosened tongues. Naruto heard whispers everywhere they went, about the half-elf candidate, about the golden-haired stranger, about the witch cult and what their attack on Roswell's territory might mean. You're famous, Gamakichi observed on the second night, after Naruto had turned down the 5th noble's dinner invitation. I'm a curiosity. There's a difference. Is there? Seems like fame to me. Fame implies people like you. These people just want to figure out how to use me. The toad considered this. Fair point. Though that one lady definitely wanted to use you in a different way. Please stop talking. On the third day, they crested a hill and Naruto got his first look at Lugnika's capital. It was enormous. A city of white stone and gleaming spires, built around a central castle that seemed to pierce the sky itself. Rivers wound through the streets like silver ribbons, and even from this distance, Naruto could see crowds moving through the markets and plazas. "Welcome to the royal capital," Roswell said, appearing beside him on the carriage roof. "Heart of the kingdom, seat of power, and home to approximately 400,000 people who will all have an opinion about you by sundown. Joy, isn't it just?" Roswell's smile was knowing. "The selection ceremony begins tomorrow. Today is for preparation." "What kind of preparation?" "The political kind." His eyes glinted. "There are factions to consider, alliances to explore, enemies to identify. Emilia must make her case to the council, but first she must survive the court." "You make it sound like a battlefield." "In many ways it's worse. On a battlefield you can see your enemies coming." The carriage entered the city through massive gates that swung open at their approach. Guards in ornate armor saluted as they passed, and the crowds parted like water around a stone. Naruto could feel eyes on him everywhere. Curious eyes, suspicious eyes, calculating eyes trying to measure his worth in a glance. This was going to be exhausting. They stopped at a manor in the noble district, a property Roswell apparently owned for occasions just like this, and servants immediately swarmed to unload their belongings. Naruto found himself shuffled inside, directed to a guest room, and told to rest and prepare for the evening's events. He lasted about 10 minutes before his restlessness drove him out. The manor had a garden. A real one, not like the cultivated perfection of Roswell's estate, but something wilder, with trees that grew where they wanted and flowers that bloomed without pattern. Naruto found a bench beneath an old oak and sat, letting the city's noise fade into background static. "You're not very good at being pampered, are you?" Rem stood at the garden's entrance, her blue hair catching the afternoon light. She changed out of her maid uniform into something more casual. Still practical, still ready for combat at a moment's notice, but softer. "Never had much practice," Naruto admitted. "Where I come from, we don't really do luxury. Where you come from sounds interesting." She crossed the garden, her movements careful, and sat on the opposite end of the bench. "Ram told me about your conversation yesterday, about the people you've protected. She talks a lot for someone who pretends not to care. Sister cares about everything. She just hides it well." Rem's eyes were fixed on a flower bed, not quite meeting his gaze. "I wanted to ask. The demon sealed inside you. You said people treated you like a monster because of it." "Yeah. What was it like? Growing up that way?" The question wasn't casual. There was weight behind it, personal investment that went beyond mere curiosity. "Lonely," Naruto said after a moment. "The worst kind of lonely. Surrounded by people but invisible to all of them. They'd look through me like I wasn't there, or look at me like I was something to be afraid of. For years, I didn't understand why. And when you did understand, it almost broke me." The admission came easier than expected. Knowing that the thing people hated was inside me, that I couldn't escape it or change it or make it go away. I wanted to give up, to stop trying. "But you didn't." "No." He smiled, small and bitter. "I had people who believed in me. Not many, but enough. They showed me that acknowledgement was possible, that I could be more than the monster everyone saw." Rem was quiet for a long time. Then, "Ram and I are demons. Real ones. Our village was destroyed when we were children, and we carry the blood of creatures that humanity learned to fear long ago. I noticed the horns. Most people pretend not to." Her voice had gone soft. "We came to Roswell's service because we had nowhere else to go. He accepted us when others would have killed us on sight. That doesn't mean you owe him everything, doesn't it?" Rem finally looked at him, her blue eyes shimmering with something raw. "Without him, we would have died. He gave us purpose, safety, a place to belong. How can we not be grateful? Gratitude is fine. But there's a difference between gratitude and servitude. Naruto met her gaze steadily. You don't belong to him, Remington. You belong to yourself. Whatever choices you make, they should be yours, not payment for a debt you've already repaid 100 times over. Rem stared at him like he'd said something impossible. You really believe that? I really do. But how? How can you be so certain about people you've barely met? Because I've been where you are. He shrugged. Different circumstances, same feeling. Like your worth is determined by what you can give rather than who you are. Took me years to realize that was wrong. The silence stretched between them, comfortable in a way neither had expected. You're strange, Naruto Uzumaki, Rem said finally. But I think I understand why Lady Emilia trusts you. High praise. Don't let it go to your head. She stood, smoothing her clothes. The reception begins in 2 hours. Sister will be by to help you dress. I can dress myself. Clearly not. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. The cape is on backward. Naruto looked down. She was right. Thanks. You're welcome. She started to leave, then paused at the garden's edge. The selection tomorrow. It will be difficult for Lady Emilia. The nobles will be cruel, and the other candidates won't show mercy. I know. Whatever happens, will you? She hesitated, vulnerability flickering across her features. Will you protect her? The way you've been protecting all of us. That's not even a question. Rem nodded, something settling in her expression. Then I'll trust you. With Lady Emilia. With sister. A pause. With myself. She left before Naruto could respond. The reception was everything Naruto had expected and worse. Nobles in elaborate outfits, circling like sharks, their words sharp and their smiles sharper. Emilia stood in the center of it all, weathering a storm of backhanded compliments and thinly veiled insults with a grace that had to be costing her everything. Naruto positioned himself nearby, close enough to intervene if needed but far enough not to crowd her. Ram and Rem flanked him on either side, their presence a silent warning to anyone thinking about causing trouble. The half-devil's new pet, someone murmured as they passed. Did you see the way he looks at her? Like she's actually worth something. Perhaps he doesn't know what she is. Perhaps he doesn't care. The whispers continued, a constant undercurrent of poison that Emilia had to hear even if she pretended otherwise. Naruto watched her smile stay fixed, watched her hands clench at her sides where no one could see. He was about to step in, etiquette be damned, when a new voice cut through the noise. My, such a fascinating gathering. A woman approached, tall, imperious, with flame-red hair and eyes that burned with absolute confidence. Her dress was crimson and gold, expensive in a way that made everyone else's finery look cheap by comparison. Priscilla Bariel, Ram murmured. One of the other candidates. Be careful with this one. The world exists to serve me, Priscilla announced, her voice carrying across the room without effort. And yet I find myself surrounded by those who don't understand their place. Her gaze swept the crowd, dismissive, until it landed on Emilia. Ah, the half-devil. I wondered when we'd meet. Emilia's smile didn't waver. Lady Bariel, I've heard much about you. Lies probably. The truth would be far more impressive. Priscilla's attention shifted to Naruto, and something flickered in her expression. Interest, calculation, maybe a hint of genuine curiosity. And this must be the mysterious stranger who defeated a Sin archbishop. You're taller than I expected. Thanks. It wasn't a compliment. She circled him slowly, evaluating. You smell of power. Real power, not the borrowed kind most of these fools wield. Where did you come from? Far away. Obviously. But from where specifically? I've studied every significant bloodline in the kingdom, and yours matches none of them. That's because I'm not from this kingdom, or this world, for that matter. The admission rippled through the nearby nobles like a stone dropped in still water. Whispers erupted, scandalized and fascinated in equal measure. Priscilla's smile sharpened. Another world. How delightful. And you've attached yourself to the half-devil's faction? A strange choice for someone of your apparent caliber. Her name is Emilia, and I'm not attached to any faction. I'm just helping someone who needs it. How noble. How tragically naive. Priscilla leaned closer, her voice dropping to something almost intimate. This selection isn't a fairy tale, stranger. It's a war. And in war, the weak are consumed by the strong. Good thing I'm not weak then. Their gazes locked. For a moment, something electric passed between them. Not attraction, exactly, but recognition. Two predators acknowledging each other across a crowded field. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of, Priscilla said finally. Try not to disappoint me. She swept away, the crowd parting before her like subjects before a queen. Well, Ram said dryly, that could have gone worse. Could have gone better too. Naruto watched Priscilla disappear into a cluster of admirers. She's going to be a problem. All the candidates are going to be problems. Ram's eyes scanned the room. Crush Karsten is a military genius. Anastasia Hashin controls half the kingdom's trade. Felt has the backing of Reinhard van Astria, the sword saint himself. And Emilia has us. Is that supposed to be encouraging? Depends. Naruto smiled, but there was steel underneath it. How badly do the rest of them underestimate us? The reception continued for hours. Naruto endured. There was no other word for it. Conversation after conversation with nobles who wanted to probe his capabilities, his loyalties, his intentions. Most of them were transparent in their scheming. A few were genuinely curious. One or two seemed almost friendly. But the real challenge was watching Emilia. She handled the attention with remarkable composure, answering questions about her policies and goals with thoughtful precision. But Naruto could see the strain building behind her eyes, the micro-expressions of hurt when someone made another, which comment that they thought was too subtle to notice. Finally, blessedly, the reception ended. They returned to Roswell's manor in relative silence, exhaustion settling over the group like a blanket. Emilia disappeared to her room immediately, Puck floating anxiously at her shoulder. Ram and Rem went to handle various duties. Roswell vanished into his study with a murmured comment about preparations. Naruto found himself alone in the garden again, under a sky full of unfamiliar stars. Can't sleep. Emilia emerged from the shadows, wrapped in a simple robe, her silver hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger without the formal clothes and careful makeup. More real. Not yet. You? No. She sat beside him on the bench. That was difficult. You handled it well. Did I? A humorless laugh escaped her. I felt like I was drowning the entire time. Every smile was a lie. Every word was calculated. And everyone kept looking at me like I was some kind of monster wearing human skin. That's their problem, not yours. Is it? Sometimes I wonder if they see something I can't. If there's actually something wrong with me. Something beyond the resemblance. Her voice cracked slightly. What if they're right to be afraid? Naruto reached over and took her hand. Emilia startled at the contact, but didn't pull away. They're not right, he said quietly. I've seen real monsters, Emilia. I've fought them, talked to them, watched them destroy everything they touch. You're not that. You're someone who keeps trying to help people even when they spit in your face. That's the opposite of a monster. You barely know me. I know enough. He squeezed her hand gently. And I'd like to know more, if you'll let me. Emilia was silent for a long moment. Then she leaned against his shoulder, her breath evening out as some of the tension finally drained from her body. The selection is tomorrow, she murmured. I know. It might go badly. It might. Will you still be here? After. Emilia. He shifted so he could look at her directly. I'm not going anywhere. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the council decides, you're not facing it alone. I promise. Her eyes glistened in the starlight. I believe you, she said. That's what scares me. Why? Because I've never had anyone I could actually believe before. A tear slipped down her cheek. And I don't know what I'll do if I lose that. Naruto wiped the tear away with his thumb. Then don't lose me, and I won't lose you. Deal? A smile broke through her tears, fragile but genuine. Deal. They sat together under the unfamiliar stars, hands intertwined, drawing strength from each other's presence. Tomorrow, the real battle would begin. But tonight, for just a few hours, neither of them had to fight alone. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3. The throne room, the royal selection hall, was designed to intimidate. Naruto figured that out the moment they stepped through the massive doors. Vaulted ceilings that seemed to stretch into infinity. Pillars of white marble carved with dragons and ancient symbols. A raised dais at the far end where 5 council members sat in judgment, their expressions carved from the same stone as the architecture. And everywhere, watching from galleries and alcoves, the nobility of Lugnica waited to see blood. Breathe, Naruto murmured to Emilia as they walked down the central aisle. You've got this. I'm going to vomit. Please don't. Ram spent an hour on that dress. A tiny laugh escaped her, quickly smothered. But some of the tension left her shoulders. The other candidates were already present. Priscilla Bariel stood at the front, radiating contempt for everyone around her. Beside her, a green-haired woman in military dress, Crush Karsten, Naruto assumed, projected calm authority. A purple-haired merchant with calculating eyes had to be Anastasia Hashin. And at the end, looking deeply uncomfortable in formal clothes, stood a blonde girl who couldn't have been older than 15. Felt, the street thief with dragon blood. Candidates will approach the dais, a herald announced, his voice magically amplified to fill the chamber. Emilia stepped forward. Naruto moved to follow, but Ram's hand caught his arm. Supporters remain here, she said quietly. This part, she has to do alone. The 5 candidates lined up before the council. 5 women, 5 factions, 5 different visions for Lugnica's future. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. We are gathered, the central councilman began, an elderly man with a beard that reached his chest, to formally acknowledge the candidates for the royal selection and hear their declarations of intent. Each candidate will speak in turn, presenting their qualifications and their vision for the kingdom. His gaze swept across the line, pausing noticeably on Emilia. Lady Priscilla Bariel, you may begin. Priscilla stepped forward, and Naruto immediately understood why Ram had warned him about her. She didn't speak. She performed. Every gesture was calculated, every word delivered with absolute certainty. The world exists to benefit me, she declared. This is not arrogance. It is simple fact. I have never lost, never failed, never been denied anything I truly desired. The throne is my birthright, not by blood, but by nature. I am the sun around which all things orbit. Those who recognize this truth will prosper. Those who don't. She smiled, cold and beautiful. Well, the world has little use for fools. Scattered applause from her supporters. Disgusted mutters from others. But no one could deny the sheer force of her presence. Lady Crush Karsten. The military woman stepped forward, and the atmosphere shifted. Where Priscilla was fire, Crush was steel. I seek the throne to free Lugnica from the dragon's shadow. Her voice carried without effort. For 400 years, we have relied on Volcanica's covenant for protection. We have grown soft, complacent, dependent on a creature that may not even remember we exist. I would forge a new path, one where Lugnica stands on its own strength, beholden to no one. More applause, louder this time. Crush's faction was clearly well represented. Lady Anastasia Hashin. The merchant stepped forward with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I want it all. Simple, direct, almost cheerful. Every coin, every acre, every opportunity this kingdom has to offer. Call it greed if you like. I certainly won't deny it. But my greed has built the largest trading company in the known world. Imagine what it could do for Lugnica. Laughter from some quarters. Thoughtful nods from others. The merchants in attendance seemed particularly interested. Lady Felt. The blonde girl stepped forward, and Naruto could see her hands shaking. But her voice, when she spoke, was steady. I don't want to be here. gasps from the crowd. I didn't ask for dragon blood or magic insignias or any of this noble garbage. But if I'm stuck with it, then I'm going to use it. Her eyes blazed with defiance. This kingdom is rotten. The rich get richer while people starve in the slums. The nobles play their games while everyone else suffers. I want to tear it all down and build something better. Shocked silence. Then, from a tall red-haired knight standing behind her, Reinhard van Astria, Naruto realized a small, proud smile. Lady Emilia. Emilia stepped forward. The whispers started immediately. The witch's daughter. Looks just like her. Can't believe the council is allowing. Emilia's hands clenched at her sides. Naruto saw her take a breath, then another, steadying herself. I am Emilia, she said. Just Emilia. I have no family name to trade on, no military record to cite, no fortune to promise. I am a half-elf in a kingdom that fears my kind, and I look like a woman who brought destruction to half the world. The whispers intensified. Some of the nobles were openly sneering. But I am not the witch of envy. I am not a monster. I am someone who has seen the worst of what prejudice can do, and I want to create a kingdom where no one has to suffer that way again. Her voice grew stronger. I want equality. Real equality, not the polite fiction we pretend exists now. I want a Lugnica where half-elves can walk the streets without fear, where demi-humans aren't treated as lesser, where a person's worth is judged by their actions, not their blood. Silence. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, a slow clap. Naruto turned to see a middle-aged man with kind eyes and worn clothes applauding openly. Others joined him, commoners, mostly people who'd somehow found their way into the gallery. The nobles looked scandalized. Touching, one of the councilmen said. His tone made it clear he found it anything but surely you understand, Lady Emilia, that your appearance presents certain challenges. The people of Lugnica have long memories. The witch's shadow. The witch's shadow is not my shadow. Emilia's voice cracked like a whip. I will not apologize for how I look. I will not hide or minimize myself to make others comfortable. If Lugnica cannot accept a half-elf queen, then Lugnica needs to change. More whispers. But Naruto noticed something interesting. Some of the younger nobles were nodding. Not many, but some. Bold words, another councilman said. But words are easy. What resources do you bring to support your claim? What alliances? What power? She has the backing of Margrave Roswell L. Mathers, Roswell said, stepping forward from his place among the supporters. One of the kingdom's most powerful magic users and largest landowners. She has the support of the Spirit Puck, contracted to serve her. And she has me. Naruto hadn't planned to speak. The words just came out. Every eye in the chamber turned toward him. I'm sorry, the bearded councilman said, his tone suggesting he was anything but. And you are Naruto Uzumaki. He walked forward, ignoring Ram's hiss of warning. I'm the guy who killed 30 witch cultists 2 days ago and drove off a Sin archbishop. The whispers exploded into full conversations. Several nobles were on their feet, demanding explanations. The councilmen exchanged alarmed looks. You're the one who smells of the witch, someone shouted. The one Betelgeuse was hunting. Yeah, and he found me. Naruto stopped beside Emilia, close enough to show solidarity without crowding her. Want to know what happened? He threw everything he had at me, and I beat him so badly he ran away crying about how unfair it was. That's what Emilia has backing her. Me. And who are you to make such claims? The hostile councilman was on his feet now. You appear from nowhere, covered in the witch's miasma, and we're supposed to trust your word? You don't have to trust anything. Just watch. Naruto smiled, and it wasn't friendly. The next time the witch cult attacks, and they will attack because they always do, pay attention to who stops them. Then decide who you want to back. This is highly irregular. So is an invasion during a selection ceremony, but I notice you're not complaining about that. Naruto's voice hardened. Emilia wants to make this kingdom better. She wants to protect people who can't protect themselves. I'm here to help her do that. If you've got a problem with it, take it up with me directly. Silence. Then, impossibly, Karsten laughed. I like him, she said, her eyes bright with something that might have been respect. He's either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Either way, this selection just got more interesting. He's definitely stupid, Priscilla murmured, but there was a glint of intrigue in her gaze. But perhaps entertainingly so. The bearded councilman cleared his throat. This discussion has strayed from protocol. The candidates have made their declarations. The selection will proceed according to tradition. Each candidate will have 1 year to demonstrate their worthiness. At the end of that period, the council will convene to make our final decision. He raised his hand, and the dragon insignias that each candidate wore began to glow. May the dragon's blessing guide you all. The ceremony was over. The aftermath was predictably chaotic. Nobles swarmed toward the candidates, each one trying to secure audiences, alliances, favors. Emilia was immediately surrounded by a wall of hostile faces, their questions more like accusations than inquiries. Naruto moved to intervene, but Roswell caught his arm. Let her handle this, the Margrave murmured. She needs to prove she can stand on her own. She's being attacked. She's being tested. There's a difference. Roswell's mismatched eyes were unreadable. Your display was impressive, but it also painted a target on both of you. Every faction is now recalculating their strategies. Good. Let them calculate. Such confidence. Roswell's smile was knowing. I wonder if it will survive what comes next. Before Naruto could ask what that meant, a hand landed on his shoulder. He spun, instinct screaming, but the person behind him just raised an eyebrow at his defensive stance. Reinhard van Astria. Up close, the Sword Saint was even more impressive than from a distance. Tall, impossibly handsome, with red hair that seemed to catch the light and eyes that held a quiet, unshakable certainty. Naruto Uzumaki, Reinhard said. I've been wanting to meet you. Likewise, you're the one backing Felt, right? I am. No defensiveness, no justification. Just simple acknowledgement. She has the potential to change this kingdom for the better. I believe in her. Even though she wants to tear down everything you represent, especially because of that. Reinhard's smile was surprisingly warm. The nobility has grown complacent. Sometimes destruction is necessary for renewal. Naruto studied him. This wasn't what he'd expected from someone called the Sword Saint. No arrogance, no posturing, just genuine conviction. You're not what I pictured, he admitted. Neither are you. Reinhard's gaze sharpened slightly. The power you displayed against Betelgeuse, I've never sensed anything like it. It doesn't feel like magic or spirit arts. What is it? Chakra. Energy from my world. Another world. Reinhard nodded, accepting the impossible with casual ease. That explains the dimensional distortion I felt when you arrived. The barriers between worlds don't break easily. Whatever brought you here must have been extraordinarily powerful. Or extraordinarily stupid. I'm betting on stupid. A genuine laugh escaped the Sword Saint. I think we could be friends, Naruto Uzumaki, regardless of how the selection plays out. Is that allowed? Being friends with competing factions? I don't see why not. Politics is politics. Character is character. Reinhard extended his hand. Whatever happens, I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Naruto shook it. Same to you. The Sword Saint moved on, rejoining Felt, who was currently telling off a group of nobles with creative profanity. Naruto watched them go, filing the encounter away. Reinhard van Astria. An ally potentially, or at least not an enemy. Good to know. The reception that followed was marginally better than the one from the night before. Maybe it was the candidates' speeches establishing boundaries. Maybe it was Naruto's declaration making people cautious. Either way, the nobles seemed less inclined to openly insult Emilia, settling instead for pointed silences and loaded glances. Small victories. Naruto was halfway through his third plate of food. Reception buffets were the one thing about politics he actually liked. when Anastasia Hashin materialized beside him. "You're an interesting one," she said without preamble. Her accent was unusual, melodic, not quite matching anything else he'd heard in Lugnica. From another world, backing a half-elf nobody, making enemies of half the aristocracy in your first public appearance. "I'm efficient like that." She plucked a pastry from his plate with the casual confidence of someone who'd never been told no. "I've done some research on you, or tried to. There's nothing. No records, no family, no history before 3 days ago. Told you. Different world. So you say." Her eyes were calculating, weighing him like merchandise. "But worlds don't just connect randomly. Something brought you here specifically. Something wanted you in Lugnica at this exact moment. If you figure out what, let me know. I'm curious too." "Oh, I intend to." She finished the pastry, delicately licking her fingers. "In my experience, mysterious strangers with unusual powers always have a purpose. The question is whether you know what yours is yet. My purpose is helping Emilia. That's it. For now." Anastasia smiled, and it was the smile of someone who just found an undervalued asset. "But purposes change. If you ever want to discuss alternatives, my door is always open." She drifted away before he could respond. "She tried to recruit you," Emilia said, appearing at his elbow. Her voice was tired but amused. "That's actually impressive. She usually waits at least a week before making offers. I think she just wants to figure out what I'm worth. That's how she approaches everything. Value, leverage, exchange." Emilia shook her head. "I don't understand people like her, using others as tools for advancement. It's not that different from what Roswell does." Emilia flinched. Roswell has been kind to me." "I know. But kindness and manipulation aren't mutually exclusive." Naruto turned to face her. "I'm not saying don't trust him. I'm saying trust carefully. He's playing a long game, and I don't think any of us know what the goal is." "And you? Are you playing a game too?" "I'm not smart enough for games." He smiled, softening the words. "What you see is what you get with me. I'm here because I want to help. No ulterior motives, no secret plans. That's what makes you so unusual." Emilia's expression was complicated, hope and doubt warring in equal measure. Everyone in this world wants something. No one just helps. Then maybe this world needs more people who do. The moment stretched between them, heavy with things neither quite knew how to say. Then Puck popped into existence between their faces, shattering the mood entirely. "Leah, the council wants to speak with us privately. Something about additional security concerns." Emilia sighed. "Of course they do." She glanced at Naruto. "Will you?" "I'll be right here when you're done." She nodded, straightening her shoulders, and followed her spirit familiar toward a side door. Naruto watched her go, trying to ignore the worried twist in his gut. "That girl's going to get herself killed." He turned. Crush Karsten had approached silently, her green hair gleaming in the candlelight. "Not if I have anything to say about it." "Your confidence is admirable if misplaced." Crush studied him with frank assessment. "The witch cult isn't the only threat Emilia faces. Half the nobles in this room would happily see her dead if they thought they could get away with it. Then they should think harder about their life choices." "Threats?" From the mysterious stranger with no political power and no allies beyond a single Margrave's faction. "Not threats. Promises." Naruto met her gaze steadily. "Anyone who tries to hurt Emilia will regret it. That's not posturing. That's fact." Crush was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded, something like respect flickering in her eyes. "You're either very brave or very foolish. Perhaps both." She turned to leave, then paused. A warning from one faction leader to another. Roswell L. Mathers is not what he appears. His interest in Emilia, in you, in all of this, there's something deeper driving it. Be careful what games you let him pull you into. You're the second person to warn me about him today. Then perhaps you should listen." She walked away without looking back. Naruto stood alone in the crowded room, surrounded by enemies and uncertain allies, and wondered, Not for the first time. What exactly he'd gotten himself into. The private meeting with the council lasted 2 hours. When Emilia finally emerged, she looked exhausted. Drained in a way that went deeper than physical tiredness. What happened? Naruto asked immediately. They questioned me about the witch cult attack. About you. About everything. She rubbed her temples. They think your presence is destabilizing. Some of them wanted to have you detained until they could assess the threat level. And Roswell talked them out of it. Pointed out that detaining the man who defeated Betelgeuse would make the council look weak. A bitter laugh escaped her. Politics. Everything is politics. What do you need? Rest. Food. Maybe a week without anyone calling me the witch's daughter. She looked up at him, and the vulnerability in her eyes hit him like a physical blow. Can we just leave? Go somewhere quiet. The manor has a garden. I know. A small smile touched her lips. Show me. They slipped out of the reception through a servant's entrance, dodging nobles and attendants. The night air was cool against Naruto's skin, carrying the sounds and smells of the city. Distant music, cooking fires, the ever-present bustle of hundreds of thousands of lives intertwining. The garden was dark and peaceful. Naruto found the bench from before, and they sat together in comfortable silence. Thank you, Emilia said eventually, for what you did today, speaking up for me like that. I meant every word. I know. That's what makes it. She trailed off, searching for words. No one's ever defended me like that. Not publicly, not with so much on the line. Even Roswell treats me like a project, something to be managed rather than protected. You deserve better. Do I? The question was soft, almost fragile. Sometimes I wonder. All the hatred, all the fear. Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe the universe is trying to tell me something. Hey! Naruto shifted to face her, reaching out to tilt her chin up. Look at me. She looked. The universe isn't trying to tell you anything. The universe doesn't care who looks like who or what happened 400 years ago. People are afraid because they don't understand, and they hate because fear is easier than empathy. His voice softened. But that's their failure, not yours. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. Not easy, but simple. He smiled. Trust me. I've had this exact conversation with myself about 100 times. The demon sealed inside you. Kurama. Yeah. The name came out easier than expected. Nine-tailed fox, strongest of the tailed beasts, responsible for destroying half my village and killing hundreds of people, including my parents. Emilia's eyes widened. Your parents? Died sealing him inside me, to save the village, to save everyone. Old pain flickered across his face, but he'd long since made peace with it. For years, I hated him, blamed him for everything wrong in my life, but eventually I realized he was just as trapped as I was. A creature of chakra, used and feared and locked away, lashing out because that was all anyone ever expected of him. What changed? I talked to him, actually talked instead of fighting. Naruto's smile turned wistful. Took a while. Lot of shouting, some punching, plenty of mutual resentment. But eventually we figured out how to coexist. Then cooperate. Then, he shrugged. Then he became my friend, my partner. We trusted each other completely by the end. That's incredible. It's what happens when you give someone a chance. He met her eyes. Everyone deserves that chance, Emilia. Including you. Including the people who hate you, even if they don't realize it yet. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she leaned forward and kissed him. It was brief, just a brush of lips, barely a touch, but it sent electricity through Naruto's entire body. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright with something that looked like hope. I'm sorry, she whispered. I don't know why I don't apologize, but I shouldn't have just... Emilia. He reached up, brushing a strand of silver hair from her face. You don't have to apologize for wanting connection, for reaching out. That's not a weakness. Then what is it? Courage. He smiled. The scariest kind. She laughed. A genuine sound, light and surprised, and some of the tension finally drained from her shoulders. You're impossible, Naruto Uzumaki. I get that a lot too. They sat together in the quiet garden, closer than before, and Naruto felt something shift in his chest. Not the desperate longing he'd felt for Sakura in his youth. Something different. Something steady. The moment broke when Puck appeared above them, his tiny face twisted with urgency. Lia, there's a problem. Emilia straightened immediately. What kind of problem? The witch cult kind. Puck's voice was grim. Reports are coming in from the Western District. Buildings on fire, people screaming about robed figures. It's happening right now. Naruto was on his feet before Puck finished speaking. Sage mode activated without conscious thought, his senses expanding outward to encompass the city. There, 15 blocks west. Hostile signatures moving in formation, surrounding a cluster of civilian presences. I count about 40, he said. Different composition than before. These feel stronger. Stronger how? Emilia asked, already gathering her magic. More? Solid. Like they've been doing this longer. He started moving toward the garden's exit. Stay here. No. He stopped, turning. Emilia's expression was fierce. You said I need to prove I can stand on my own. This is my chance. This isn't a test. These are real enemies who will really kill you. I know. She lifted her chin. I'm coming anyway. Naruto wanted to argue. Every protective instinct screamed at him to lock her somewhere safe and handle this himself. But he remembered what it felt like to be sheltered, to have people constantly trying to protect him from dangers he was capable of facing. Stay close to me, he said finally. And if I say run, you run. No arguments. I can accept those terms. They left the manor at a sprint, Puck dissolving into motes of light as he conserved energy for the fight ahead. The Western District was burning when they arrived. Not as badly as Arlem Village. These cultists were focused, precise, targeting specific buildings rather than spreading chaos randomly. But the screams were the same, and the bodies in the streets told the same story. Civilians first, Naruto said, already forming hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 copies burst into existence, fanning out to evacuate survivors. Naruto himself headed for the largest concentration of hostiles, a plaza where cultists had cornered a group of city guards and civilians against a fountain. The witch's love encompasses all, the lead cultist was screaming. Submit to her embrace and no peace. Resist and no. Naruto's fist interrupted his monologue. The cultist flew backward, crashing through a market stall, and suddenly every hostile in the plaza was focused on Naruto. Hi, he said. Remember me? Chaos erupted. These cultists were definitely stronger than the ones at Arlem Village. Faster, more coordinated, their dark magic hitting harder and recovering quicker. One of them managed to actually graze Naruto with some kind of shadow tendril, leaving a burn across his arm that stung like acid. But they still weren't enough. Naruto moved through them like a storm, each strike precise, each movement calculated. He wasn't trying to kill, not yet, just disable. Break arms, shatter kneecaps, remove threats without ending lives. Because something was wrong. These cultists weren't fighting like fanatics. They were fighting like soldiers. Organized, tactical, falling back when pressed instead of throwing themselves at him with suicidal fervor. This was a distraction. Naruto, Emilia's voice, scared. He turned, sage senses expanding, and felt it. A massive presence, hidden until now, converging on Emilia's position from underground. He moved. The thing burst from the cobblestones just as Naruto arrived. A massive creature of shadow and twisted flesh that vaguely resembled a wolf. Its eyes burned with purple fire, and its howl sent civilians fleeing in terror. Emilia stood her ground, ice forming around her in defensive walls, but her attacks weren't doing anything. The ice shattered against the creature's hide without leaving a mark. Get back! Naruto shouted, already forming the Rasengan. He slammed it into the wolf thing's side. The explosion of chakra sent the creature tumbling, actually drawing something like a yelp from its throat. Then it got up. The wound was healing. Visibly, rapidly, shadow flesh knitting itself back together. "That's new," Naruto muttered. The creature lunged. Naruto dodged, pulling Emilia with him, and the wolf's jaws closed on empty air. "A beast," Emilia gasped. "A demon beast summoned by the cult. I've heard stories, but I've never—" "How do you kill it?" "I don't know." The beast circled them, its burning eyes tracking their movements. More cultists were arriving, surrounding the plaza, cutting off escape routes. "Truly impressive," a voice called from above. Naruto looked up. A figure stood on a nearby rooftop, different from the robed cultists, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to absorb light. "The vessel continues to exceed expectations," the figure continued. Betelgeuse was right to be excited. "Who are you?" "A messenger, here to extend an invitation." The figure's face was shadowed, but Naruto could hear the smile in their voice. "The Archbishop of Greed would like to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. He believes you might be amenable to negotiation." "Not interested." "A shame. He predicted you'd say that." The figure raised one hand. "Which is why I was authorized to provide a demonstration of what you're refusing." The beast attacked, but not alone. More shapes burst from the ground, 3, 5, 8 shadow wolves, each one as large and vicious as the first. "Protect the civilians," Naruto shouted to his remaining clones, then turned to face the pack. The fight was brutal. The Mabius were fast, coordinated, healing from wounds that should have been fatal. Naruto's attacks barely slowed them down, and every second he spent fighting, more cultists poured into the plaza. Emilia was holding her own barely. Her ice magic created barriers and projectiles, but she was running low on mana, her movements growing sluggish. "We need to retreat," she gasped. "Working on it." A beast lunged at her back. Naruto intercepted it, taking claws across his shoulder in exchange for driving a kunai through its eye. The creature screamed but didn't die. The eye socket healed around the kunai, pushing it out like a splinter. "How?" Emilia's voice cracked with frustration. "How do we stop them?" Naruto didn't have an answer. Then he felt it. Presence. Vast, ancient, terrifyingly familiar. The same thing he'd felt in his dream, but awake now, fully present. The Witch of Envy was watching, and she was angry. The Mabiests froze, every single one, stopping mid-attack like puppets with cut strings. The cultists stumbled, clutching their heads, screaming about her voice and her love. Purple light began to gather around Naruto. "No," he said. "No, no, no. Vessel." The voice was everywhere and nowhere. The same musical tone from his dream, but sharper now, more focused. "These ones harm you. These ones threaten what is mine. I'm not yours. You are. You have always been. Since before you drew breath, since before your world knew form, you were meant for me." The purple light intensified. Naruto could feel something pushing against his consciousness, trying to get in, to take control. He slammed it back with everything he had. "Get out of my head." The psychic shout rippled outward, visible as a shockwave of golden energy that scattered the purple light like fog before wind. The Mabiests collapsed, truly dead, their connection to whatever was sustaining them severed. The cultists went down too, unconscious or worse. Silence fell over the plaza. Naruto stood in the center of the devastation, breathing hard, his hands shaking. The presence was gone, retreated, driven back by his resistance, but he could still feel it at the edges of his awareness. Waiting. "Naruto." Emilia's voice was small, scared. What was that?" "Trouble," he said. "The kind that doesn't go away when you punch it." City guards were arriving, finally, along with knights in formal regalia. Naruto let his sage mode fade, suddenly exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The figure on the rooftop was gone. The messenger had delivered their message. The Archbishop of Greed wanted to meet him, and somehow, Naruto suspected refusing wasn't going to be an option. They made it back to Roswell's manor in a haze of debriefing and damage assessment. The attack had been contained to the Western District, Casualties kept minimal thanks to Naruto's clones evacuating civilians. But the political fallout was already beginning. Nobles demanding answers, council members questioning how the cult had infiltrated the capital, everyone looking for someone to blame. Naruto sat alone in the garden, too tired to deal with any of it. That was impressive. Ram appeared from the shadows, silent as always. She looked tired too, probably from managing the chaos in their absence. Which part? The fighting or the almost getting possessed by an ancient evil? Both. She sat beside him on the bench. The guards are calling you a hero. The nobles are calling you a threat. The council is calling for an emergency session to discuss containment protocols. Great. It gets better. Roswell wants to see you. Now. Naruto groaned but stood. Of course he does. The Margrave study was exactly what Naruto expected. Shelves of ancient books, magical implements on every surface, and Roswell himself seated behind a desk that probably cost more than most villages. Sit, Roswell said. We have much to discuss. Naruto sat. The Witch of Envy reached for you tonight. Not a question. I could feel it from here. That much concentrated malice hasn't been present in the world since the ceiling. I pushed her back. For now. Roswell's mismatched eyes were unreadable. But she'll try again. And again. She's been waiting 400 years for someone like you. Someone like me, how? I'm not from this world. I shouldn't have any connection to her. And yet you do. The scent, the dreams, the resonance. Something about your very existence calls to her. Roswell leaned forward. I have a theory if you'd care to hear it. Do I have a choice? Not really. A thin smile. The witch factors, the fragments of sin that power the archbishops, are pieces of a larger whole. The original witches contained them, but when Satella consumed them all, she became something new, something incomplete. Incomplete how? The 7 sins, combined, should create perfect balance. But there are only 6 witch factors. Pride's original vessel died before the sin could manifest properly. Roswell's eyes gleamed. For 400 years, the Witch of Envy has been searching for someone to complete her. Someone to contain the 7th sin. Naruto's blood went cold. You're saying I'm supposed to be the Archbishop of Pride? I'm saying the witch believes you could be. Whether you actually become that is entirely up to you. Roswell stood, walking to a window overlooking the city. The question is, what do you want? I want to go home. Impossible at present. What else? I want to help Emilia. Protect people who need protecting. Noble. The word dripped with something that might have been amusement or contempt. But what do you want for yourself? Not obligation. Not duty. Genuine desire. Naruto was quiet for a long moment. I want to matter, he said finally. Not because of prophecy or destiny or some cosmic plan. I want to choose what I become. The same way I chose to protect my village, chose to befriend Kurama, chose to become Hokage. And if that choice puts you at odds with the witch, with the archbishops, with forces that have been shaping this world since before humanity existed, then I'll fight them too. Roswell turned, studying him with an expression that was almost respectful. You're either the most dangerous person in Lugnica, he said, or exactly what this kingdom needs. Possibly both. I've been both before. I imagine you have. Roswell moved to a cabinet, withdrawing a small vial filled with glowing liquid. This is a dampening agent. It won't remove the witch's scent, but it will dull it. Make her influence harder to exert. Naruto took the vial cautiously. What's the catch? No catch. Consider it investment in a promising asset. Roswell's smile was sharp. The selection is only beginning, Naruto Uzumaki. There will be trials ahead that make tonight look like child's play. I want you at full strength when they come. Why? Because I've waited 400 years for this moment. And I refuse to see it ruined by premature failure. The words hung in the air, heavy with implications Naruto couldn't fully parse. What exactly are you planning, Roswell? Nothing you need concern yourself with. Yet. The Margrave gestured toward the door. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be difficult. It was a dismissal. Naruto recognized that. But as he left the study, one thought kept circling through his mind. For 100 years. Roswell had said it twice now. For 100 years of waiting, of planning, of working toward some goal he refused to name. The same amount of time since the Witch of Envy was sealed. That couldn't be coincidence. And it meant Naruto was playing a game with rules he didn't understand, against opponents who'd been preparing for centuries. He found Emilia waiting outside his room. She was still in her battle-stained clothes, her silver hair tangled, dark circles under her eyes. But she stood straight when she saw him, determination warring with exhaustion. "I wanted to apologize," she said. "For what?" "For freezing. Again. When those creatures appeared, when that voice spoke through you. I should have done something, but I just stood there. You fought. You held your ground. That's not nothing. It's not enough." Her voice cracked. "I'm supposed to be a candidate for the throne. I'm supposed to be strong enough to protect my kingdom. Instead, I keep needing you to save me." "Emilia." "No. Let me finish." She took a shaky breath. "I've decided something. Tomorrow I'm going to ask Roswell to intensify my training. I'm going to get stronger, learn to control my powers properly, become someone worthy of standing beside you instead of behind you." Naruto stared at her. The determination in her eyes reminded him painfully of himself, of all the times he'd sworn to get stronger, to never be helpless again. "That's good," he said. "That's really good. But Emilia, you're already worthy. You don't have to prove anything to me. I have to prove it to myself." She stepped closer, close enough that he could see the individual stars reflected in her purple eyes. "You told me everyone deserves a chance. That includes a chance to become who I want to be, doesn't it?" "Yeah, it does." "Then this is me taking that chance." A small, fierce smile touched her lips. "Watch me, Naruto. I'm going to become someone you can rely on." She turned and walked away before he could respond. Naruto watched her go, feeling that same steady warmth in his chest from before. She was going to be incredible. He could already see it. The queen she'd become, the difference she'd make. And he was going to be right there with her, every step of the way. His room was dark and quiet. Gamakichi was already asleep on a pillow, snoring softly. Naruto lay down on the bed but didn't close his eyes. Too much had happened. Too much was still spinning through his mind. The Witch of Envy, reaching for him. The mysterious Archbishop of Greed, requesting a meeting. Roswell's cryptic warnings about 400 years of planning. And underneath it all, the simple, terrifying truth. He was becoming something. Something this world had never seen before. Whether that was a savior or a destroyer remained to be seen. Sleep came eventually, but it wasn't peaceful. He dreamed of silver hair and purple eyes, of a voice calling him home, of a loneliness so vast it could swallow worlds. And in the dream, for just a moment, he understood. The Witch of Envy wasn't evil. She was lost, just like he'd been once upon a time. The question was whether he could save her without losing himself in the process. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. The hunt begins. Naruto woke to the sound of screaming. Not the fearful kind, the angry kind. Someone was shouting downstairs, their voice carrying through the manor's halls with impressive volume. Absolutely unacceptable. The council demands an explanation. He was dressed and moving in seconds, Gamakichi startling awake on his shoulder. The hallway was chaos. Servants rushing past, guards taking positions, Ram directing traffic with her usual cold efficiency. "What's happening?" Naruto asked as he reached her. "Politics." Ram's voice was flat with disgust. "The council sent representatives to demand your surrender for questioning. Roswell is negotiating." "My surrender?" "Last night's display convinced certain parties that you're too dangerous to remain free." She fell into step beside him as they headed toward the main hall. "The witch's manifestation didn't help. Half the nobles are convinced you're possessed." "I'm not possessed." "Tell them that." The main hall was a standoff. On one side, Roswell stood with Emilia and a cluster of servants. His posture relaxed despite the tension in the room. On the other, 3 council representatives flanked by a dozen royal knights. Their leader, a heavy-set man with a face like a clenched fist, practically vibrating with righteous fury. The safety of the kingdom must come first. This outsider has demonstrated clear connections to the Witch of Envy, and we cannot allow. Roswell's voice was silk over steel. I wasn't aware the council had authority over my guests. Lord Rickert. Has the law changed while I was sleeping? Don't play games with me, Mathers. You know exactly what. The man stopped as Naruto entered. His face went red, then purple. You dare show yourself after last night's debacle? I dare lots of things. Naruto positioned himself beside Emilia, close enough to react if needed. What exactly are you accusing me of? Witch worship, corruption, endangering the citizens of the capital with your mere presence. Funny. I remember saving those citizens while your knights were still getting dressed. Lord Rickert sputtered. One of the other representatives, a thin woman with calculating eyes, stepped forward. Perhaps we could discuss this calmly, she said. No one is accusing you of malicious intent, Master Uzumaki. But you must understand our concern. The Witch of Envy hasn't manifested in 4 centuries. Her appearance last night, centered on you, raises questions that demand answers. I don't have answers. She showed up. I pushed her out. That's all I know. And therein lies the problem. The woman's gaze was sharp. You pushed her out. Resisted a force that has never been resisted. Either you're lying about your capabilities, or you possess power that could destabilize the entire kingdom. So I'm in trouble for being too strong? That's new. You're in trouble for being unknown. Her voice hardened. We know nothing about you, Master Uzumaki. Your origins, your motivations, your true allegiances, everything is conjecture. Until we have concrete information, the council cannot in good conscience allow you to roam free. And if I refuse to be detained? The knights shifted, hands moving to weapons. The tension in the room ratcheted up several notches. Then we would be forced to consider you a hostile actor. The woman's eyes never wavered. Choose carefully. Silence. Then Emilia stepped forward. If you take him, you take me. Every head turned toward her. Lady Emilia, Lord Rickert began. No. Her voice was ice. Naruto Uzumaki is under my protection. He saved Arlem Village, defeated a Sin Archbishop, and defended the Western District when the cult attacked. Whatever questions you have can be asked here, in my presence, without detention. You don't have the authority. I am a candidate for the throne. Emilia's eyes blazed. That gives me authority enough to shelter those who serve the kingdom's interests. If you disagree, take it before the full council. Until then, he stays. Lord Rickert looked ready to explode. The thin woman, however, seemed almost impressed. A bold stance, Lady Emilia, but one that may cost you politically. Then it costs me. Emilia didn't flinch. I won't abandon someone who stood beside me when everyone else wanted me dead. The standoff stretched for several heartbeats. Then the thin woman nodded, something shifting in her expression. Very well. The council will consider your position. She turned to her companions. We're leaving. This matter will be resolved through proper channels. But, Lord Rickert started. I said we're leaving. They left. The knights followed, casting suspicious glances at Naruto as they filed out. The moment the door closed, Emilia's composure cracked. Her hands were shaking, her breath coming in quick gasps. I can't believe I just did that. You were incredible. Naruto meant it. Seriously, I've seen Kages with less presence. I thought I was going to vomit. You didn't. That's what matters. He reached out, steadying her with a hand on her shoulder. Thank you for standing up for me. You've done it for me enough times. A shaky smile crossed her face. I told you I was going to become someone you could rely on. Mission accomplished. Roswell cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Charming as this is, we have larger concerns. His expression was thoughtful. The council won't give up easily. Lady Miklatov, the thin woman, is reasonable, but Rickert has allies. They'll push for official action. What kind of action? Designation as a hostile entity. Bounty on your capture. Permission for knights to use lethal force. Roswell's mismatched eyes gleamed. None of which will happen quickly, but the clock is now ticking. Great. So I'm a wanted man. Not yet. But you will be unless we can demonstrate your value conclusively. Roswell began pacing, his robes swirling around him. The council responds to results. We need something dramatic. A victory so significant they cannot justify moving against you. Like what? Like eliminating a major witch cult threat. Roswell smiled, cold and sharp. How do you feel about hunting the white whale? The briefing took place in Roswell's study, with everyone present. Naruto, Emilia, Ram, Rem, Gamakichi, and Puck floating near the ceiling like a silver-furred observer. The white whale, Roswell began, is one of the 3 great demon beasts created by the Witch of Gluttony. It's been terrorizing Lugnika's trade routes for 400 years, killing thousands and erasing countless more from existence entirely. Erasing? Naruto asked. Its mist doesn't just kill. It removes people from memory, from history. Ram's voice was tight. If the whale kills you, everyone who knew you forgets you ever existed. Records disappear. Photographs blank. Even family members lose all recollection. That's horrifying. It's worse than that. Rem's expression was haunted in a way Naruto hadn't seen before. The whale attacked our village when we were children. I watched it erase our friends, our teachers, our parents' closest companions. One moment they were fighting, the next gone. Not dead. Just never existed. Naruto's hands clenched. And no one's managed to kill it? Many have tried. All have failed. Roswell pulled down a map, marking several locations. The whale appears irregularly, following patterns that seem almost random. But I've been tracking its movements for years. I believe it will surface here. He tapped a point on the map. Within the next 3 days. The flugel tree, at the edge of the Lifoz highway. Why there? Because something is drawing it. The same thing that drew the witch cult to the capital. Roswell's eyes fixed on Naruto. Your presence is disrupting patterns that have been stable for centuries. The witch's creatures can sense it. So I'm bait. You're more than that. You're the only person I've met who might actually be able to kill it. Roswell leaned forward. The white whale's mist doesn't affect those with strong wills, and your resistance to the witch herself suggests your will is exceptionally strong. Combined with your combat abilities. You think I can solo the thing? Not solo, but lead a strike force? Absolutely. Roswell gestured to Ram and Remington. The twins will accompany you. Their combat experience is considerable. I want to come too. Emilia's voice was firm. Out of the question. Roswell's response was immediate. The whale's mist is especially dangerous to half-elves. Your magic wouldn't function properly within its range. Then I'll stay out of range and provide support. Emilia. Naruto turned to face her. He's right. This thing erases people from existence. If something went wrong, you could be erased too. My head's too hard for that. A weak joke, but it got a fraction of a smile from her. Someone needs to stay here and handle the political stuff. Make sure the council doesn't declare me an enemy while I'm out killing their problems for them. Emilia's jaw tightened, but she nodded. Fine. But if you die, I'm going to be very upset. Noted. There's something else you should know, Roswell said. You won't be the only faction hunting the whale. Crush Karsten has been planning an expedition for months. She's assembled an army, recruited Wilhelm van Astria, the sword demon, and gathered intelligence on the creature's patterns. The sword demon? Former master swordsman of the kingdom. The whale killed his wife 14 years ago. He's been obsessed with destroying it ever since. Roswell's expression was unreadable. Crush's expedition launches tomorrow. If you want to participate, you'll need to negotiate with her directly. And why would she agree to work with me? Because you're the advantage she's been missing. The white whale has defeated every force sent against it through superior mobility and that memory-erasing mist. Your abilities, the clones, the sensing, the raw power, could tip the balance. Roswell smiled thinly. Plus, she already expressed interest in you. Consider this an opportunity to forge an alliance. Naruto considered. Hunting a giant demon whale with strangers wasn't his first choice, but the alternative, hiding in the manor while assassins circled, was worse. Set up a meeting, he said. I'll talk to her. The meeting took place that afternoon at Crush's estate. Her manor was more fortress than home. Thick walls, guard towers, military efficiency in every detail. The servants moved with precision, and the few nobles present had the look of warriors rather than politicians. Crush received them in a war room dominated by a massive table covered in maps and figurines. Naruto Uzumaki. She gestured for him to sit. I wasn't expecting you to reach out so quickly. Neither was I. But apparently a giant memory-erasing whale is the perfect excuse for a social call. A brief smile flickered across her face. You've heard about our expedition. Roswell told me. He thinks I could help. Could you? Crush's eyes were assessing. The white whale has killed thousands over 4 centuries. What makes you think you're different? I killed a Sin archbishop 3 days ago. Drove off. Not killed. Same thing eventually. Naruto leaned forward. Look, I know you don't trust me. Nobody in this world trusts me. But I've got abilities you've never seen. And I'm not afraid of some overgrown fish. It's not a fish. It's a creature of pure malice that can swim through the air and erase the very concept of your existence from reality. Okay, overgrown flying malice fish. Still not scared. Crush stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed. A genuine sound, surprised out of her. You're either fearless or insane. My friends usually go with insane. I can see why. She stood, moving to the map table. Let me show you what we're dealing with. The next hour was intensive briefing. Crush explained everything, the whale's patterns, its abilities, the strategies that had failed before. Wilhelm van Astria joined them halfway through. An older man with hard eyes and a presence that reminded Naruto uncomfortably of Kakashi in his more dangerous moods. The creature can manifest multiple bodies, Wilhelm explained, his voice rough with old grief. We've confirmed at least 3 distinct forms that can operate independently. Kill one, the others remain. Kill all 3 simultaneously, and theoretically the main body dies. Theoretically. No one's ever managed it. Wilhelm's hands clenched on the table. The mist regenerates its wounds faster than we can inflict them, and anyone caught in the fog loses their will to fight, loses themselves sometimes permanently. But you've survived the mist before. Through pure rage. My wife died in that thing's belly. The memory of her face is the only thing that kept me whole. His eyes met Naruto's. What do you have to anchor yourself? Naruto thought about it. Home. Konoha. The faces of everyone he'd sworn to protect. Emilia's smile in the moonlight. Enough, he said. I have enough. Wilhelm studied him, then nodded slowly. We'll see. Crush called the meeting to a close as evening approached. We leave at dawn, she said. My forces will handle the primary engagement. Your role, she looked at Naruto, will be disruption. Those clones you demonstrated could be invaluable for confusing the whale's targeting. I can do more than clones. Then save it for when we need it most. Her expression was serious. This isn't a fight we can win through raw power alone. The whale is cunning, ancient, and utterly without mercy. We need strategy, coordination, and luck. Luck I can't help with, but the other stuff, Naruto grinned. I'm pretty good at the other stuff. The walk back to Roswell's manor was quiet. Ram and Rem flanked Naruto, both lost in thought. The revelation about the whale attacking their village had clearly affected them more than they wanted to show. Your parents, Naruto said eventually. Did the whale? No. Rem's voice was soft. They died in the attack, but not to the mist. We still remember them. Small mercy. The only one. Ram's expression was carved from stone. The whale took everything else. Our home, our neighbors, our entire way of life. What it left behind was two orphaned demon girls with nothing but each other. I'm sorry. Don't be. We survived. We found purpose. Ram's eyes flickered to her sister. Revenge isn't our driving force anymore. But if we have a chance to end the creature that destroyed our world, you want in. More than you know. Naruto nodded slowly. Then we'll kill it together. All three of us. The twins exchanged a glance that contained entire conversations. You're strange, Naruto Uzumaki, Rem said finally. Getting that a lot lately. It's not an insult. She hesitated, then added, most people look at Ram and me and see servants, tools to be used. You look at us and see people. That's because you are people. It shouldn't be remarkable, but it is. Something shifted in her expression. A wall coming down, just slightly. Thank you for treating us like we matter. You do matter. Both of you. Naruto's voice was firm. Whatever happens tomorrow, remember that. They reached the manor as the last light faded from the sky. Emilia was waiting in the garden, wrapped in a cloak against the evening chill. Puck had manifested in his full form, a massive cat-like spirit that towered over the hedges, and was apparently in the middle of a serious conversation with Gamakichi. You're back. Emilia rose as Naruto approached. How did it go? We have a deal. Crush's army, my abilities, hopefully one dead whale. And if something goes wrong, then I improvise. He sat beside her on the familiar bench. I'm good at improvising. That's not reassuring. Wasn't trying to be reassuring. Was trying to be honest. Emilia was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her cloak and withdrew something small. A crystal pendant on a silver chain. This belonged to my mother, or the woman I think of as my mother. It's infused with protective magic, nothing powerful, but she pressed it into his hands. I want you to have it. Emilia, please. Her voice cracked slightly. I know I can't come with you. I know I'd probably just get in the way. But I need to do something. I need to feel like I'm helping. Naruto looked at the pendant. It was warm against his palm, humming with gentle energy. I'll wear it, he said, and I'll bring it back. I promise. You keep making promises, and I keep keeping them. He slipped the chain over his head, settling the crystal against his chest. Trust me. I do. The admission seemed to surprise her as much as him. Against all reason, against everything I've learned about trusting people, I do. Then I'll prove that trust right. He stood, offering his hand. Walk me inside? I need to get some sleep before dawn. She took his hand, held it as they walked through the darkened garden. Naruto. Yeah. When you come back. She hesitated, her cheeks flushing even in the darkness. Could we talk? About things? Personal things? His heart did something complicated in his chest. Yeah, I'd like that. Good. A small smile touched her lips. Then you have even more reason to survive. Like I needed more motivation. They parted at his door. Emilia lingered for a moment, looking like she wanted to say something else, then simply nodded and walked away. Naruto watched her go, the pendant warm against his skin. Dawn came too quickly. The assembly point was a field outside the capital, where Crush's army had gathered in impressive numbers. Hundreds of soldiers in formation, cavalry units, supply wagons, and at the center of it all, the command tent where strategy would be finalized. Naruto arrived with Ram and Rem, all three dressed for combat. The twins had traded their maid uniforms for practical armor, weapons ready, expressions grimly determined. Naruto Uzumaki. Wilhelm approached, his sword hanging at his hip. Sleep well. Never do before a big fight. You. Not for 14 years. The old swordsman's smile was thin. But perhaps after today I'll finally rest. We'll make it happen. Crush called the commanders together for a final briefing. The plan was straightforward. Engage the whale when it appeared, use concentrated fire to keep it occupied, and strike at all three bodies simultaneously when the opportunity arose. The unknown factor, Crush said, her eyes finding Naruto, is our guest. His capabilities could change everything, but we won't know until we see them in action. I'll do my part. See that you do. She raised her voice to address the assembled forces. Today, we end a 400-year reign of terror. Today, we prove that Lugnica bows to no beast, no matter how ancient. For the kingdom, the answering roar shook the earth. They marched. The flugel tree dominated the horizon like a giant's monument, its trunk wider than buildings and its branches stretching toward the sky like grasping fingers. The Lifos highway stretched before it, a ribbon of stone cutting through grasslands that had seen centuries of travelers. And death, it's here. Naruto felt it before he saw it, a wrongness in the natural energy, a void where life should be. Everyone get ready. The sky darkened. Mist rolled in from nowhere, thick and gray and hungry. Soldiers began shouting, officers calling for formation, and then the white whale descended. It was massive, building-sized, with a body that shouldn't have been able to fly and a presence that radiated malevolence like heat from a furnace. Its eyes, dozens of them, scattered across its hide, fixed on the army below with ancient intelligence. And it screamed. The sound was wrong. Not a whale's song. Not any noise a living creature should make. It was loss and forgetting and the cold emptiness of a world where you'd never existed at all. Soldiers fled. Just turned and ran, dropping weapons, abandoning posts, minds cracking under the psychic assault. Hold formation. Crush's voice cut through the panic. Hold. The disciplined corps obeyed. Maybe half the army, the veterans and the truly brave, standing their ground even as the mist began to curl around them. Naruto moved. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 copies burst into existence, spreading across the battlefield, each one engaging the mist with their own chakra signature. The whale's attention scattered, confused by so many targets that felt like the same person. Now, Wilhelm launched himself at the beast, his sword blazing with power accumulated over 14 years of hatred. The blade cut deep, black blood sprayed, and the whale screamed again. Pain this time, not malice. Crush's cavalry charged. Ram and Rem moved like synchronized demons, their attacks precise and devastating. The battle had truly begun. But Naruto could feel something wrong. The whale he was seeing, the one taking damage, it wasn't the real threat. There were two other presences, hidden in the mist, circling, waiting. It's got friends, he shouted. Two more coming from the... Too late. The second whale emerged from the fog directly above the command position, its massive bulk blotting out the sky. Soldiers scattered, but not fast enough. Dozens vanished in the mist, their screams cutting off as they were erased from existence. No! Rem's voice cracked with old trauma. She threw herself at the second beast, Morning Star whirling, but it was too big, too fast. Naruto intercepted. The Rasengan carved a crater in the whale's side, sending it tumbling away from the soldiers it had been about to consume. But the impact sent him flying too, crashing through a supply wagon and leaving a trench in the earth. He was on his feet instantly. The pendant Emilia had given him pulsed with warmth against his chest. Had it blocked something? Absorbed the mist's effect? No time to think about it. The third whale was emerging, and the army was being pushed back on all fronts. We need to hit them all at once. Wilhelm appeared beside him, breathing hard, sword dripping black blood. Can you do it? Maybe, but I need them in one place. Then we heard them. The old man's eyes were fierce. Draw them together. I'll give the signal. It was insane. It would never work. Naruto grinned. Let's do it. The next 20 minutes were the most intense fighting of his life. He used everything. Clones, Rasengans, movement techniques he hadn't practiced since the war. The whales were cunning, coordinating their attacks, trying to separate him from the main force. But Naruto was faster, more adaptable, and he had something they didn't expect. He could sense them, even hidden in mist, even splitting their attention across multiple bodies. The whales couldn't hide from Sage Mode. Naruto tracked them constantly, adjusting, responding, slowly herding them toward the center of the battlefield. Ram and Rem fought beside him. The twins moved like extensions of each other, Ram's magic and Rem's raw strength combining into something greater than either alone. Almost there, Naruto called. One more push. The whales realized what was happening too late. They tried to scatter, but Wilhelm was there, his blade a wall of killing intent that turned them back. Crush's archers released a volley of enchanted arrows, driving them together, forcing them into a cluster. Now, Naruto formed the biggest Rasen Shuriken he'd ever attempted. Not one sphere, but three, linked together by threads of wind chakra, spinning in opposite directions. Sage art. Triple Rasen Shuriken. He threw it. The technique hit all three whales simultaneously, expanding into overlapping spheres of destruction that tore at the molecular level. The sound was indescribable, three ancient creatures screaming as their very substance was ripped apart. When it ended, silence fell. Naruto dropped to his knees, exhausted, chakra depleted to dangerous levels. His vision was swimming, and he could taste blood from somewhere he didn't want to think about. Did we? Look! Rem's voice was hushed. The whales were falling. All three bodies, tumbling from the sky like mountains collapsing, trailing smoke and black blood. They hit the earth with impacts that shook the world. And didn't get up. The white whale. Wilhelm staggered forward, his sword dragging in the dirt. After all these years, he fell to his knees beside the nearest corpse. Tears were streaming down his face, the first time in 14 years Naruto suspected. Teresa, the old man whispered. I kept my promise. Crush approached Naruto, her armor battered, her expression somewhere between awe and calculation. That technique. I've never seen anything like it. Hopefully you won't need to. Naruto struggled to his feet, swaying. Is it over? The whale is dead. But, she hesitated. Look at the battlefield. Naruto looked. The army had been devastated. What had started as several hundred soldiers was now maybe 100, scattered across a landscape scarred by battle. Bodies lay everywhere, and some of them were wrong. Empty spaces where people should be, gaps in memory that tugged at the edge of awareness. How many did we lose to the mist? We won't know. That's the cruelest part. Crush's voice was heavy. We'll go home and find families who don't remember having sons. Villages missing people who no one knows existed. Naruto didn't have words. That's war. Against creatures like this, there are no clean victories. She turned to face him fully. But this was a victory nonetheless. The white whale is dead. Lugnika's trade routes are safe for the first time in 4 centuries. And you? A complicated expression crossed her face. You made that possible. We all made it possible. Yes, but without your power we would have failed. I know that. My soldiers know it. She extended her hand. The Karsten faction owes you a debt, Naruto Uzumaki. I don't forget my debts. He shook her hand. I'll remember that. The return to the capital was somber. They carried the dead, what dead they could identify, on carts that creaked under the weight of sacrifice. The survivors marched in exhausted silence, too tired for celebration, too scarred for joy. But word had spread ahead of them. By the time they reached the city gates, crowds had gathered. Citizens lined the streets, throwing flowers, cheering the army that had accomplished the impossible. White whale slayers! White whale slayers! Naruto walked through it in a daze. Ram and Rem flanked him, both wounded, both upright through sheer stubbornness. Behind them, Wilhelm carried a piece of the whale's tusk, a trophy and a memorial in one. And waiting at the end of the parade route, silver hair gleaming in the afternoon sun, Emilia. She was running before he could react. Crashed into him with enough force to stagger them both, her arms wrapping around him like she was trying to physically prevent him from ever leaving again. You're alive. Her voice broke. You're alive, you're alive, you're... Told you I'd come back. Don't ever do that again. Can't promise that. She pulled back, her eyes red-rimmed but fierce. Then promise you'll always come back. Naruto looked at her, really looked, At the fear she'd clearly been carrying since he left, at the relief flooding her features, at the depth of feeling she wasn't even trying to hide anymore. "I promise," he said. "Whatever happens, I'll always come back to you." Emilia's breath caught. Then she kissed him. Not the brief, nervous brush from the garden. This was real, desperate and tender and completely uncaring about the hundreds of people watching. Someone in the crowd wolf whistled. Naruto was pretty sure it was Gamakichi. When they finally separated, Emilia's face was crimson but her smile was radiant. "I'm holding you to that promise," she said. "I'm counting on it." The political fallout began immediately. The council's plans to detain Naruto evaporated in the face of public opinion. He was a hero now, the mysterious stranger who'd helped slay the white whale, who'd ended 4 centuries of terror with abilities no one could explain. Lord Rickert tried to spin it as evidence of dangerous power that needed controlling. No one listened. "You've bought yourself time," Roswell said that evening. When Naruto finally escaped the celebrations. "The council can't move against you openly now. The people would riot." "Great. So what's the catch?" "The catch is that visibility works both ways." Roswell's expression was unreadable. "The witch cult knows exactly who you are now. Every archbishop, every faction, every mad zealot with a vendetta. You've painted a target on yourself that can't be removed. They were already coming for me. Yes. But now they'll come with everything they have." Roswell moved to his window, gazing out at the celebrating city. "The Archbishop of Greed sent you an invitation. I suspect he'll be disappointed that you chose to kill the whale instead of accepting it. His problem, not mine, perhaps. But Regulus Corneas is not known for accepting rejection gracefully." Roswell turned back. "He will come for you, Naruto. And unlike Betelgeuse, he won't be testing your capabilities. He'll be trying to break them. Then I'll break him first." Such confidence. Roswell smiled, and it wasn't a nice expression. "I look forward to seeing if it's justified." Naruto found the twins in the manor's kitchen, both of them eating with the single-minded focus of people who'd pushed their bodies past reasonable limits. "Mind if I join you?" Ram gestured to an empty seat. "The conquering hero graces us with his presence." "Don't start." "Why not? You've earned the right to gloat." There was something different in her tone. Warmer, less guarded. "What you did out there, I've never seen anything like it. The whale killed people you cared about. Ending it was the least I could do. It was more than that." Rem looked up from her food, her blue eyes soft. "You protected sister. When the second whale emerged, you put yourself between it and her without hesitation. She would have done the same for me. Would I?" Ram's voice was quiet. "3 days ago, I would have let you die without a second thought. You were a stranger with the witch's scent, a threat to Lady Emilia's campaign. Now I'm not sure what you are." She met his gaze steadily. "But I'm grateful you're on our side. That's practically a declaration of love coming from you. Don't push it." Rem laughed. A genuine sound, bright and unexpected. "Sister likes you. She'll never admit it, but she does." "Rem, it's true. You should have seen her during the battle. She was terrified. Not for herself, but for you." Ram's face had gone red. "That's enough." Fine. Rem turned back to Naruto, her expression growing serious. "The witch cult won't stop because of the whale's death. If anything, they'll become more aggressive. We need to be ready." "We will be." Naruto stood, stretching muscles that ached from the day's exertions. "Get some rest, both of you. Tomorrow we start training." "Training?" Ram raised an eyebrow. "I'm going to teach you some things. Techniques that might help against the archbishops." He grinned. "If you can handle it, we can handle anything you throw at us." Famous last words. He left them to their meal, wandering through the manor's hallways without real destination. The celebrations outside had died down, replaced by the quiet exhaustion of a city that had partied itself out. Emilia was waiting in the garden. "I thought you'd come here," she said as he sat beside her. "You seem to like this spot. It's peaceful." Reminds me of places back home. Tell me about home? The request was soft, hesitant. I want to know more about where you came from, who you were before all this. So he told her. About Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. About growing up alone, hated for something he couldn't control. About Irika-sensei and Team 7 and the long, bloody road to becoming someone people respected. About Kurama, the demon who became his friend. About the war, the sacrifices, the people he'd lost and the ones he'd saved. Emilia listened without interrupting, her hand finding his somewhere in the middle and holding tight. You've lost so much, she said when he finished. How do you keep going? Because stopping isn't an option. His voice was quiet. There's always someone who needs help. Always another fight worth fighting. If I gave up every time things got hard, I'd have quit before I graduated the academy. But don't you get tired? Don't you ever want to just rest? Sometimes. He looked up at the two moons. But then I think about the people counting on me, the ones I've promised to protect, and I find more energy somewhere. Is that where I am now? Someone you've promised to protect. You're more than that. He turned to face her. You're someone I want to stand beside, not just protect, fight alongside, build something with. Emilia's breath caught. Build what? I don't know yet, but I want to find out. He squeezed her hand. If you're willing, I'm willing. Her voice was barely a whisper. I've never been more willing for anything in my life. The kiss this time was slower, gentler, a promise rather than a desperate relief. When they separated, Emilia rested her head against his shoulder, and they sat together in comfortable silence. The Archbishop of Greed, she said eventually. Roswell mentioned him. How dangerous is he? I don't know. But Roswell seemed worried, and that man doesn't worry about much. Then we'll prepare. Her voice was steadier now, more confident. Together, whatever comes. Whatever comes, he agreed. The garden was peaceful. The moons were bright. And somewhere in the distance, the future was taking shape, full of danger and uncertainty and challenges they couldn't yet imagine. But for this moment, in this place, with this person, Naruto was exactly where he wanted to be. The next morning brought visitors. Crush Karsten arrived with Wilhelm and a small honor guard, formally recognizing Naruto's contribution to the White Whale hunt and extending an offer of alliance between their factions. This isn't political maneuvering, Crush said bluntly. I've seen what you can do. Having you as an enemy would be foolish. Having you as a friend could change everything. What kind of alliance are we talking about? Mutual defense, information sharing, combined resources against common threats. Her green eyes were steady. The selection is supposed to be competitive, but the real enemy is the witch cult. They want chaos. They want Lugnica to tear itself apart. The best way to deny them that is for the candidates to work together, at least against external threats. Has anyone else agreed? Anastasia is considering it. Priscilla won't even hear the proposal. Felt. Crush shook her head. She's unpredictable. But with Emilia's faction and mine working together, we have the strongest military force in the selection. Naruto looked at Emilia, who nodded slightly. We're in, he said. With one condition. Name it. When the other archbishops come, and they will come, I get first crack at them. Crush smiled, and it was almost predatory. Agreed. They spent the rest of the morning hammering out details. By noon, the alliance was formalized. Two factions united against a common enemy, pooling resources, sharing intelligence. It wasn't perfect. Politics never was. But it was a start. After Crush left, Naruto found himself with Ram and Rem in the Manor's training grounds. You said you'd teach us things, Ram reminded him. I hope that wasn't empty boasting. It wasn't. He settled into a stance. First lesson, chakra control. We don't have chakra. Everyone has life energy. Different worlds call it different things, but the principle is the same. He formed a leaf on his fingertip using chakra alone. Learn to feel your energy, to move it consciously, and you can do things that should be impossible. The twins exchanged skeptical looks. "Watch," Naruto said. He walked up the side of a tree. Not climbing, walking, his feet sticking to the bark through pure chakra control. Ram's eyebrows rose. "That's actually impressive. It's basic." He dropped back down. "With enough practice, you could do it too. And once you master movement, we move on to enhancement. Making your attack stronger, your defense harder, your speed faster." "Why?" Rem asked. "Why teach us this?" "Because you're going to need it." His voice was serious. "The archbishops are coming. Not just Sloth, all of them eventually. I can't be everywhere at once, and I won't always be able to protect you." "We don't need protecting," Ram said stiffly. "No, you need empowering. There's a difference." He met her gaze. "I'm not trying to babysit you. I'm trying to make you strong enough that you never need babysitting. Strong enough to stand beside me instead of behind me." The twins were quiet for a moment. Then Rem smiled, soft and genuine. "Teach us. Everything you know," Ram added. "We'll learn it all." Naruto grinned. "That's what I like to hear." The training continued. Days passed in a blur of exercise and practice and political maneuvering. The alliance with Crush brought new resources, intelligence about cult movements, access to military supplies, connections throughout the kingdom. Emilia's training intensified too. Roswell pushed her harder than ever, and to everyone's surprise, she thrived. Her magic grew more controlled, her confidence more stable. The girl who'd frozen during the first cult attack was becoming something else. Someone stronger. Naruto watched her progress with pride that felt almost parental, though that comparison was complicated by other feelings. Their relationship had shifted into something that wasn't quite defined but was definitely real. Stolen moments in the garden. Comfortable silences over shared meals. The growing certainty that whatever this was, neither of them wanted it to end. But the shadow of coming conflict hung over everything. Reports filtered in from across the kingdom. Cult activity was increasing, becoming bolder. Villages attacked, caravans raided, citizens disappearing. And then, 2 weeks after the white whale hunt, the message arrived. Naruto found it on his pillow. A sealed envelope that hadn't been there when he left for training. No one had seen who delivered it. No one could explain how it had gotten past the manor's defenses. Inside was a single sheet of paper with elegant handwriting. "Naruto Uzumaki, your rejection of our invitation was disappointing but not unexpected. Heroes rarely recognize opportunity when it presents itself. I'm coming to collect what you refused to give freely. Everything you love. Everything you protect. Everything you've built in this short, bright time. When I'm done, you'll understand why resistance is meaningless. Why my right to take is absolute. Why the witch factor of greed belongs to someone who understands its true nature. See you soon. Regulus Corneas." Sin Archbishop of Greed Naruto stared at the letter for a long moment. Then he crumpled it in his fist and went to find Emilia. Whatever was coming, they'd face it together. They had no other choice. Chapter 4 End Chapter 5. The price of greed. 3 days after the letter arrived, Regulus Corneas came to collect. Naruto sensed him before anyone else did. A wrongness in the natural energy. A void where life should be, approaching the capital from the east at a leisurely pace. Not hiding, not hurrying. Moving with the casual confidence of someone who'd never been denied anything in his existence. "He's here." Naruto dropped from the manor's roof where he'd been keeping watch. Single signature, but it feels wrong. Different from Betelgeuse. Ram was at his side instantly. "How long?" 20 minutes. Maybe less. I'll alert Roswell and Lady Emilia." She vanished into the manor, moving with purpose that bordered on supernatural. Rem appeared from the training grounds, Morning Star already in hand. "Sister told me." "What's the plan?" "Evacuate the civilians. Get everyone who can't fight somewhere safe." Naruto's mind was racing through possibilities. This guy sent a letter announcing his arrival. That means he wants an audience. He wants to make a statement. And you're going to give him one? I'm going to give him a fight. His hands were already forming signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 copies burst into existence, scattering across the manor grounds to establish a perimeter. The real Naruto turned toward the eastern approach, Sage Mode activating, his senses expanding to track the approaching threat. Regulus Corneas wasn't alone. Behind him, maybe 100 yards back, came a procession. Women, Naruto realized with growing unease. Dozens of women walking in perfect formation, their movements synchronized, their expressions blank. What the hell? His wives. Roswell had appeared beside him, his expression uncharacteristically grim. Regulus collects them, keeps them as living anchors for his authority. Authority, the power granted by a witch factor. Regulus possesses the authority of greed, the ability to stop time for anything he considers his, including his own body. Roswell's mismatched eyes were fixed on the approaching figure. He is functionally invincible. No attack can harm him. No defense can stop him. In 400 years, no one has found a way to kill him. There's always a way. Your confidence is admirable. I hope it survives the next hour. Regulus stopped at the manor's gate. He was ordinary. That was the disturbing thing. Medium height, medium build, white hair that might have been distinguished on someone else. His clothes were simple, his posture relaxed, his expression the mild contentment of a man enjoying a pleasant afternoon. Then he opened his mouth. You know, I really didn't want to come here personally. His voice was conversational, friendly even. I have so many responsibilities, so many people depending on me, so many things that require my attention. Taking time out of my busy schedule to deal with one stubborn outsider. It's an imposition, a violation of my rights as someone with important things to do. Nobody asked you to come, Naruto called back. That's exactly the problem. Regulus's expression shifted to wounded indignation. I extended an invitation, a generous offer of my valuable time and attention, and you rejected it. You chose to kill the white whale instead of accepting my hospitality. Do you have any idea how insulting that is? Didn't really care. Of course you didn't. That's the problem with people like you. Regulus began walking forward, passing through the gate like it wasn't there. You think your perspective is the only one that matters. You think your choices exist in isolation, without consequences for others. It's selfish. It's inconsiderate. It's exactly the kind of behavior I'm here to correct. Naruto's clones moved to intercept. Regulus didn't slow down, didn't acknowledge them, just kept walking as each clone that touched him simply stopped existing. Not dispelled, erased, like they'd never been there at all. Interesting technique, Regulus mused. Copies of yourself, each one convinced of its own importance. Very arrogant, very presumptuous. He smiled and it didn't reach his eyes. Let me show you what real power looks like. He raised one hand. The manor's eastern wall exploded. No attack, no visible force. Just sudden, catastrophic destruction as stone and mortar became shrapnel moving at impossible speeds. Naruto tackled Rem out of the way, feeling fragments tear at his clothes as they rolled. Everyone okay? He shouted. Define okay. Ram's voice came back, strained. She'd shielded Emilia with her own body, blood running from a cut on her forehead. That attack came from nowhere. It came from everywhere. Roswell was still standing, a barrier of magic shimmering around him. Regulus doesn't attack conventionally. He simply decides that something belongs to him, and his authority makes it so. That wall became his property for a fraction of a second, and then he released it. That's insane. That's greed. Regulus had stopped in the middle of the ruined courtyard, surveying the damage with mild satisfaction. This is a nice property, he observed. Good bones. Excellent location. I think I'll keep it after I'm done here. His gaze found Naruto. Now then, let's discuss terms. There are no terms. You threaten people I care about. You don't get to negotiate. See? This is what I mean about selfishness. Regulus shook his head sadly. You assume your position is the only valid one. You don't consider that maybe I have legitimate grievances. That maybe your actions have caused me genuine harm. What harm? I've never even met you. You killed Betelgeuse. The name came out flat, emotionless. He was annoying, yes, tedious and overwrought and far too obsessed with that which of his. But he was mine, part of my organization, my collection of assets. And you destroyed him. He attacked innocent people. So, they weren't my people. Their lives were irrelevant. Regulus spread his hands. But Betelgeuse, flawed as he was, belonged to me. His death diminished what was mine. And diminishment is unacceptable. Naruto's fists clenched. You're insane. I'm consistent. There's a difference. Regulus began walking again, each step deliberate. Everything I have is mine by right. My wives, my possessions, my position. I've earned them through the simple virtue of wanting them. That's how the world works for the truly deserving. That's not how anything works. It's how it works for me. He smiled. And soon it's how it will work for you. One way or another. He moved. Naruto barely saw it. One moment Regulus was 20 feet away. The next he was directly in front of him, hand reaching for his chest. Pure instinct saved him. A substitution technique swapping his body with a chunk of debris. But even that wasn't fast enough. Pain exploded through his shoulder. He looked down. There was a hole. A perfect circle of missing flesh, bloodless and precise, like someone had simply removed that part of his body from existence. Interesting. Regulus examined his fingers with mild curiosity. You actually dodged. Partially. That's more than most manage. Naruto's healing factor kicked in, flesh regenerating around the wound, but slower than usual. Whatever Regulus had done, it wasn't normal damage. How? My authority. Regulus tapped his chest. Time stops for anything that's mine, including my own body. When I touch something, I can claim it, make it mine for just long enough to remove it from the timeline entirely. His smile widened. Your shoulder belonged to me for a fraction of a second. And then I decided I didn't want it anymore. That's broken. That's greed. I take what I want, keep what I have, and nothing can stop me. He attacked again. Naruto was ready this time. Sage mode pushed his reactions to the limit, letting him read Regulus's movements before they completed. He dodged, countered, tried to create distance, but nothing he did made contact. Every punch passed through Regulus like he wasn't there. Every kick, every technique, every desperate combination, all useless. The Archbishop just kept coming. That same mild expression on his face, occasionally reaching out to claim another piece of Naruto's body, a chunk of his forearm, a strip of his thigh, a section of his ribs that made breathing suddenly terrifyingly difficult. You're resilient, Regulus observed. That regeneration is impressive. It's been a long time since someone lasted this long against me. He paused his assault, tilting his head thoughtfully. I'm enjoying this. Does that make me a bad person? Enjoying someone's suffering? Yes. Agree to disagree. He raised his hand again. Let's see how long you can keep healing. Get away from him. Ice erupted between them. Massive spikes of frozen power that forced Regulus to step back. Emilia stood at the courtyard's edge, her hands raised, frost crystals swirling around her like a blizzard given form. Ah! Regulus's expression shifted to something like interest. The half-elf, the witch's look-alike. I've heard about you. I don't care what you've heard. Her voice was steady despite the fear Naruto could see in her eyes. Leave now, or I'll make you leave. Bold. Foolish, but bold. He began walking toward her. You know, I've never had a half-elf in my collection. The resemblance to Satella might be interesting to explore. Stay away from her. Naruto forced himself upright, his wounds still healing, his chakra reserves dropping. This is between us. It's between me and everyone who belongs to you. Regulus glanced back. That's what you don't understand. When you refused my invitation, you made this personal. When you destroyed my property, you made it war. And in war, everything the enemy values becomes a target. He turned back to Emilia and vanished. Naruto moved on pure instinct, pushing his battered body beyond its limits, appearing between Regulus and Emilia just as the Archbishop's hand reached for her throat. He caught it. For one impossible moment, he was holding Regulus's wrist, stopping an attack that should have passed through him like light through glass. Regulus's eyes widened. How? Naruto didn't waste time on answers. He channeled everything he had into his free hand. Sage chakra, wind release, the desperate power of someone protecting what mattered most, and drove it into Regulus's chest. The impact was wrong, like hitting a wall that existed in theory but not in practice. His fist made contact, he felt resistance, but there was no give, no damage. Regulus smiled. Interesting. You actually touched me. He grabbed Naruto's extended arm. Let me show you what that mistake costs. Pain. More pain than Naruto had ever felt as Regulus claimed his arm. Not just pieces, but the whole limb, made it his property for one eternal second, and then removed it from existence. Naruto screamed. He was on the ground. His right arm was gone from the shoulder down. No blood. The wound had been cauterized by whatever temporal nonsense Regulus's power involved. But the pain was indescribable. Naruto! Emilia's voice, somewhere far away. Stay back! He managed to gasp. Stay! Regulus kicked him in the ribs. The impact sent him tumbling, and he felt things break that wouldn't heal easily. This is what happens when you refuse me. Regulus's voice was calm, conversational, like they were discussing the weather. This is what happens when you think your rights matter more than mine. Every moment of pain you feel from now on is your own fault. Go to hell. Probably. Another kick, this one to his face. Stars exploded across his vision. But not today. He reached down, grabbed Naruto by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. I'm going to kill everyone you care about, Regulus said pleasantly. The half-elf, the demon twins, that ridiculous frog who follows you around. Everyone. And you're going to watch. Naruto couldn't respond, could barely think through the agony. Then, when you've lost everything, when you understand what it feels like to have your property destroyed, I'll make you mine. Regulus's grip tightened. You'll join my collection. Serve me for the rest of your existence. And every day you'll remember that this was your choice. You could have accepted my invitation. You could have been reasonable. Never. We'll see. He drew back his free hand. But first, let's remove a few more pieces. I wonder how much I can take before your healing gives out. His hand descended and stopped. Regulus blinked, looking down at his arm. Something was wrapped around it. A chain of light, shimmering with power that felt ancient and vast. What? Sorry I'm late. A new voice, familiar somehow. Traffic was murder. Naruto's fading vision focused on a figure standing at the courtyard's entrance. Red hair, steady eyes, a presence that seemed to fill the entire space with quiet authority. Reinhard van Astrea, the sword saint, had arrived. Reinhard. Regulus's voice had gone flat. This isn't your business. You're attacking citizens in the capital. That makes it my business. Reinhard walked forward, each step measured, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. Release him. Or what? You'll fight me? Regulus laughed. We've done this before. You can't kill me. No one can. Maybe not. But I can stop you. Reinhard's eyes were fixed on the archbishop with cold intensity. And I will. For as long as it takes. For as long as... Regulus's face contorted with rage. Do you have any idea how presumptuous that is? Threatening me? Interfering with my rightful business? I have every right to be here, every right to take what I... Reinhard drew his sword. The world went white. Naruto didn't see what happened next. Couldn't see, the light was too intense, but he felt Regulus's grip release. Felt himself falling. Felt someone catch him before he hit the ground. Easy. Rem's voice, close to his ear. I've got you. Emilia. She's safe. Sisters protecting her. Rem was moving, carrying him away from the battle. Stay still. You've lost too much. My arm. I know. Her voice cracked. I know. We'll figure it out. Just stay awake. Behind them, the sounds of combat continued. Reinhard and Regulus, locked in a battle that shook the foundations of the manor with every exchange. Neither able to kill the other, neither willing to back down. "He's buying us time," Rem said. "The Sword Saint." He came as soon as he heard Regulus was approaching the capital. "Why?" "Because he's a hero. The real kind." She ducked through a doorway, carrying him deeper into the manor. "And because Felt told him you saved her people at the white whale hunt. He considers that a debt." Naruto wanted to laugh, wanted to cry, wanted to do anything other than lie here, broken and useless, while other people fought his battles. "Put me down. You can't fight. You're missing an arm." "Then I'll fight with one arm." He struggled against her grip. "Put me down, Remington. I need to. You need to survive." Her voice was fierce. "You promised Emilia you'd always come back. You can't keep that promise if you're dead." The words hit harder than any of Regulus's attacks. She was right. He hated it, but she was right. "Fine." He stopped struggling. "But the moment I can move, the moment you can move, we'll reassess." She kicked open a door, revealing what looked like an emergency shelter beneath the manor. Roswell had this built for situations exactly like this. The walls are reinforced with every protection magic can provide. Others were already inside. Emilia, her face pale with shock. Ram, bloodied but standing. Gamakichi, looking more worried than Naruto had ever seen him. Various servants who'd been caught in the attack. "Naruto!" Emilia rushed forward, then stopped, her eyes fixed on his missing arm. "Oh God! Oh God, Naruto! It's fine. It's not fine. Your arm is gone. It'll grow back." He wasn't sure if that was true. Kurama's healing had handled a lot, but regenerating entire limbs? That was beyond anything he'd tested. "Just give me time. Time is what we don't have." Roswell had appeared in the shelter's entrance. His usual composure cracked around the edges. "Reinhard is holding Regulus, but he can't maintain that forever. We need a plan." "What kind of plan beats someone who's literally invincible?" "There's always a weakness." Roswell's eyes gleamed with something that might have been desperation. "Regulus's authority of greed. It makes his body immune to time's passage. Nothing can affect him because, from his perspective, time isn't moving. So that immunity has to have a cost. A source." Roswell began pacing. He mentioned his wives. Said they were anchors for his power. What if they're literally anchoring him? Ram's voice was sharp. "Distributing the strain of stopping time across multiple vessels?" "Exactly." Roswell's smile was grim. "If we can sever those connections." "You want to kill innocent women to weaken him?" Emilia's voice was horrified. "I want to find a way to stop a monster before he kills everyone in this city." Roswell's composure finally shattered. "Do you think I enjoy this? Do you think any of us wants to make these choices? But the alternative is letting Regulus destroy everything we've built." Silence fell. Naruto's mind was racing despite the pain. There had to be another way. There was always another way. "The anchors," he said slowly. "They don't have to die. Just disconnect." "What do you mean?" "If his wives are the source of his power, they're probably bound to him somehow. Magically, spiritually, whatever." He forced himself to sit up, ignoring the protests from his remaining arm. "What if we break those bonds? Free them instead of killing them? How would we even do that?" "I don't know, but it's worth trying." His eyes found Emilia's. "You're a spirit arts user. Can you sense magical connections?" Maybe. Puck could definitely." She stopped, her expression crumpling. "Puck went dormant when Regulus attacked. He used too much power protecting me. Then we do it without him." Naruto struggled to his feet, swaying. "We find those women, figure out how they're bound to Regulus, and break the connection. All of them at once so he doesn't have time to recover. You can barely stand. Then I'll crawl." His voice was steel. "I'm not letting that monster win. Not today. Not ever." Emilia stared at him. Then, impossibly, she smiled. "You're insane. Getting that a lot lately." "I know." She stepped forward, taking his remaining hand. Let's be insane together. They emerged from the shelter to find the battle still raging. Reinhard and Regulus were locked in a dance of impossible power. The Sword Saint's blade meeting attacks that shouldn't have been possible to block, both fighters pushing beyond human limits. But Reinhard was tiring. Naruto could see it in the slight slowness of his movements, the strain around his eyes. Whatever blessings he possessed, they weren't infinite. Regulus noticed too. Getting tired, hero? The Archbishop's voice was mocking. That's the problem with your type. You burn so bright, but you can't sustain it. Eventually, you all fade. I have enough left to stop you. Do you? Let's test that theory. Regulus began walking toward the cluster of women who'd remained eerily still throughout the entire battle. Girls. Time to contribute. Something shifted in the air. Naruto felt it through Sage Mode, power flowing from the women to Regulus, reinforcing whatever impossible ability let him shrug off attacks. That's it, he muttered. That's the connection. Can you see it? Emilia was beside him, her own magic straining to perceive what he was sensing. It's like threads. Invisible threads connecting each woman to him, pulling something from them. Their life force, Roswell said grimly. He's using them as batteries, drawing on their existence to fuel his invincibility. Then we cut the threads. Naruto's remaining hand formed a sign. I need clones. As many as I can make. You're in no condition. Just do it. He focused what was left of his chakra, forcing it into the familiar pattern. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Only 10 clones appeared, pathetic compared to his usual output. But it would have to be enough. Each of you find one of those women. Get close but don't attack. On my signal, disrupt the connection, chakra pulse, physical interference, whatever works. The clones scattered. Emilia, Rem, I need you to handle the others. There are too many for my clones alone. Understood. Ram was already moving, her wind magic gathering around her. What about Regulus? Emilia asked. If he notices what we're doing, Reinhard will keep him busy. Naruto's eyes found the Sword Saint. Hey, Red, I need 2 minutes. Reinhard didn't respond verbally, but he shifted his stance, pressed his attack harder, forced Regulus to focus entirely on defense. 2 minutes. It would have to be enough. The women were scattered across the courtyard in a rough circle, each one standing perfectly still, each one connected to Regulus by those invisible threads. Naruto's clones approached carefully, trying not to draw attention, while the others moved to their assigned targets. 1 minute. Regulus noticed something was wrong. His attacks became more frantic, trying to break past Reinhard to reach his wives. What are you doing? His voice had lost its calm. Those are mine. You can't touch what's mine. 45 seconds. Emilia reached the first woman. Up close, Naruto could see through his clone's eyes that she wasn't quite human anymore. Empty eyes, slack expression, barely breathing, more puppet than person. I'm sorry, Emilia whispered, and pressed her palm against the woman's chest. Magic flowed, not attacking, searching, finding the thread that bound this woman to Regulus and cutting it. The woman gasped. Life flooded back into her eyes. She staggered, nearly fell, looked around in confusion. What? Where am I? Who? You're safe now. Emilia was already moving to the next one. Run. Get away from here. 30 seconds. More threads severed. More women waking up, screaming, fleeing. Regulus's attacks were becoming weaker, his movements less precise. Stop! He abandoned his fight with Reinhard, lunging toward the nearest woman, but a clone intercepted him, buying just enough time for Ram to cut that connection too. You can't do this. Those are mine. They belong to me. 15 seconds. 5 women left. 4, 3. Regulus was screaming now, genuine terror in his voice. No, 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 and no. Without them I can't. I'll be 2, 1. The last thread severed. Regulus froze. For one eternal moment, he stood perfectly still, his expression twisted in disbelief. Then he looked down at his hands, like he was seeing them for the first time. No, he whispered. No, this isn't. I'm supposed to be. My rights. You don't have any rights. Naruto limped toward him, his remaining arm hanging at his side. You never did. You were just a bully with power you didn't earn, taking from people who couldn't fight back. I'm Regulus Corneas, the Sin Archbishop of Greed. I'm supposed to be invincible. I'm supposed to be. You're supposed to be dead. Reinhard appeared beside Naruto, his sword raised. Wait. Naruto held up his hand. I want to ask him something first. Regulus looked up, and for the first time, Naruto saw genuine fear in his eyes. Why? Naruto asked. All those women, all those lives you ruined, why? Because I deserved them. The words came out automatically, hollow. Because the world exists to serve me. Because my desires matter more than anyone else's. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Regulus laughed, broken and bitter. You don't understand. You can't understand. I've been this way for so long, I don't remember being anything else. The witch factor didn't make me into this. It just gave me the power to act on what I already was. And what was that? Empty. His voice cracked. So empty that filling the void was all I could think about. Taking, possessing, controlling, it was the only way to feel real. The only way to matter. Naruto stared at him. He'd expected evil. Pure, uncomplicated villainy that he could hate without reservation. Instead, he found something worse. Something sadder. A broken person who'd twisted themselves into a monster because they couldn't find any other way to exist. I'm not going to kill you, he said quietly. Regulus blinked. What? You heard me. Naruto turned to Reinhard. Take him into custody. Let the kingdom judge him. He's murdered thousands. Reinhard's voice was neutral. He's destroyed countless lives. I know, and he'll answer for that. But not by my hand. Naruto's eyes met Regulus's one last time. You wanted to be remembered. Congratulations. You will be, as the archbishop who lost to a one-armed shinobi and a bunch of people who actually give a damn about each other. Regulus's face contorted. You think that's mercy? You think making me live with defeat is kindness? I think it's justice. Naruto turned away, which is more than you ever gave anyone else. He made it 3 steps before his legs gave out. The last thing he heard before darkness took him was Emilia screaming his name. Naruto woke in a bed that was definitely not his own. The ceiling was unfamiliar. The sheets were too soft. And his right side felt wrong, lighter than it should be, empty where something important used to exist. Don't try to move yet. Emilia's voice, close, exhausted. He turned his head, a movement that cost more effort than it should have, and found her sitting beside his bed, dark circles under her eyes, her hair tangled from what looked like days without proper care. How long? His voice came out as a croak. 3 days. She reached out, adjusting his blankets with hands that trembled slightly. You lost too much blood, too much chakra. The healers said you should have died. Should have. Didn't. Barely. Tears were forming in her eyes. Your arm. They tried everything. Magic, spirit arts, experimental techniques. Nothing worked. Whatever Regulus did to you, it's permanent. Naruto looked down at his right side. Nothing. Just a smooth shoulder, healed over like the arm had never existed. He should have felt devastated. Should have raged against the loss, mourned what he'd never get back. Instead, he just felt tired. Okay, he said. Emilia stared at him. Okay? That's all you have to say. What else is there? He managed a weak smile. I'm alive. You're alive. The others. Everyone survived. Ram has some broken ribs. Rem exhausted her mana reserves. Roswell is being Roswell. She shook her head. But you lost your arm, Naruto. Your dominant arm. How can you be so calm about that? Because panicking won't grow it back. He reached up with his left hand, brushing a tear from her cheek. And because I've lost things before, people I loved, chances I'll never get again. This is just Another thing to adapt to. You're impossible. Probably. He let his hand drop, the movement exhausting what little energy he had. What happened to Regulus? Imprisoned. The council is debating what to do with him. Some want execution, others want to study his witch factor. Emilia's expression darkened. His wives are being cared for. Most of them don't remember how they ended up with him. The ones who do. She trailed off. That bad. Some of them were with him for decades. They forgot what it meant to be free. Her voice was heavy. He didn't just take their lives. He took their identities. Everything they were before him. Naruto closed his eyes. At least they have a chance now. Because of you. Emilia's hand found his. You saved them. All of them. And you nearly died doing it. Worth it. Not to me. Her grip tightened. I thought I'd lost you, Naruto. For 3 days, I sat here watching you not wake up, wondering if the next breath would be your last. Do you have any idea what that felt like? Emilia, I love you. The words hung in the air between them. Naruto's eyes opened. Emilia was staring at him, fierce and vulnerable in equal measure. Her cheeks wet with tears she wasn't trying to hide anymore. I know it's sudden, she continued. I know we've only known each other for a few weeks, but when I thought you might die, all I could think about was everything I hadn't told you. Everything I felt but was too scared to say. Her voice broke. I love you, Naruto, and I don't care if it's too soon or too much or anything else. I just needed you to know. He stared at her for a long moment. Then he pulled her down into a kiss. It was awkward, he was still weak, and the angle was all wrong, and he only had one arm to hold her with. But it was real. It was honest. It was everything he'd been feeling but hadn't found the words to express. When they separated, Emilia was laughing through her tears. Is that a yes? That's an I love you too, idiot. He grinned, and it felt like the first genuine smile he'd managed in days. Though the timing could use some work. Your timing is always terrible. True. He reached up, threading his fingers through her hair. Emilia, I can't promise I won't get hurt again. I can't promise everything will be okay. But I can promise that I'll always fight to come back to you. No matter what. That's all I need. She leaned into his touch. That's all I've ever needed. They stayed like that for a while, tangled together in the too-soft bed, finding comfort in each other's presence. Eventually, the world would intrude again. There would be politics to navigate, enemies to face, consequences from the battle that couldn't be avoided. But for now, in this moment, none of that mattered. Naruto was alive. Emilia loved him. And whatever came next, they'd face it together. The door opened. Oh, sorry. Rem's voice, followed by rapid footsteps retreating. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll come back later. No, wait. Emilia scrambled to disentangle herself, her face bright red. It's fine, we were just… Rem knows what you were just. Ram's dry voice followed her sister's. And she's been waiting outside that door for 2 hours to check on him. Let her have her moment. Rem crept back into the room, her eyes wide, a tray of food in her hands. You're awake, she said, stating the obvious. You're really awake. Seems like it. I brought breakfast. Or lunch. I'm not sure what time it is anymore. She set the tray down on a nearby table. Sister and I were worried. Everyone was worried. Even Ram. Don't push your luck. But Ram had followed her sister into the room, and there was something soft in her expression that belied her words. You look terrible. Feel terrible. But I'll live. You'd better. Ram moved to stand beside Emilia, studying Naruto with critical eyes. You still owe us training. I refuse to let you die before you've taught us everything you know. Wouldn't dream of it. Gamakichi hopped onto the bed, his eyes suspiciously wet. You scared me, kid. Don't do that again. No promises. That's what I was afraid of. The toad settled onto Naruto's chest, his weight familiar and grounding. Pop finally managed to establish a stable connection to Mount Mayaboku. Still thin, but he says they're working on it. Might be able to send reinforcements eventually. That's good. We might need them. Yeah. Gamakichi's expression darkened. The other archbishops won't take this lying down. You killed one of their own, more or less. They'll want revenge. Let them come. You just lost an arm. Then I'll train with one arm. Naruto's eyes hardened. I've faced impossible odds before. Lost people I loved. Failed in ways that still haunt me. But I never stopped fighting. And I'm not going to start now. Silence. Then Emilia laughed. A bright, surprised sound. What? Naruto asked. Nothing. It's just. She shook her head, smiling. You really are impossible. I try. Roswell arrived an hour later. The Margrave looked worse than Naruto had ever seen him. His makeup smeared, his clothes disheveled, something haunted in his mismatched eyes. You're awake. Everyone keeps saying that. Because we expected you to die. Roswell moved to stand at the foot of the bed. Your body went into shock 3 times. Your chakra reserves dropped to levels that should have been fatal. By every metric we have, you should be dead. But I'm not. No. Roswell's expression was unreadable. You're not. And I find myself uncertain how to feel about that. Uncertain? I've been planning for a very long time, Naruto. Decades. Centuries, depending on how you count. He turned to the window, his posture suddenly weary. Everything that's happened, everything I've done, has been building toward a specific goal. And you've disrupted that plan in ways I couldn't have predicted. What goal? It doesn't matter now. Roswell's voice was soft. What matters is that you've changed the equation. The witch cult is weakened, the selection dynamics have shifted, and you've proven that the archbishops can be beaten. I had help. You had determination. The help came because people believed in you. Roswell turned back to face him. Do you understand how rare that is? How few people in history have inspired that kind of loyalty without force or manipulation? Naruto didn't respond. I've been manipulating people for 400 years. It's what I do. What I am. Roswell's smile was bitter. But watching how people respond to genuine care, genuine sacrifice, it makes me wonder if I chose the wrong path. It's never too late to change. For some of us, it is. Roswell shook his head. But for Emilia, for the twins, perhaps there's still hope. He straightened, some of his usual composure returning. I came to tell you that the council has officially recognized your contribution to the white whale hunt and the defeat of Regulus Corneas. All charges and suspicions have been dropped. You're a hero of Lugnica now. Great. More politics. More responsibility. Roswell moved toward the door. Use it wisely. There are people counting on you now. He left without another word. Recovery took 3 weeks. Naruto pushed himself harder than the healers recommended, relearning how to fight with one arm, adapting techniques that had relied on two-handed seals, developing new strategies to compensate for his reduced capabilities. It wasn't easy. Some days he wanted to scream with frustration. Some nights he dreamed of his arm and woke reaching for it. But he kept going, because that's what he did. Ram and Rem trained with him, both of them progressing faster than he'd expected. Ram's wind magic combined surprisingly well with the chakra control exercises, while Rem's physical abilities were enhanced by the energy manipulation techniques. You're naturals, he told them after a particularly intense session. Both of you. We had a good teacher. Rem's smile was warm. Even if he is impossible. That word again. It's the only one that fits. Emilia spent as much time with him as her own training allowed. They talked about everything. His world, her dreams, the future they might build together. Sometimes they just sat in comfortable silence, drawing strength from each other's presence. One evening, about 2 weeks into his recovery, she found him in the garden, staring at the 2 moons. Missing home. Always. He shifted to make room for her on the bench. But less than I used to. Is that good or bad? I don't know. He turned to face her. This world isn't what I expected. The politics, the prejudice, the way people treat each other, it's different from what I'm used to. Harder in some ways. But there are good people here too. People worth fighting for. His hand found hers. People worth staying for. Emilia was quiet for a moment. Do you think you'll ever be able to go home? Maybe. Gamakichi says the connection to Mount Myaboku is getting stronger. Eventually, we might be able to stabilize a portal. He squeezed her hand. But even if we do, even if you do, I don't know if I'll take it. The admission surprised him as much as her. Everything I've built here, everyone I've come to care about, I don't think I could just leave that behind. But your village, your friends, will understand, or they won't. But either way, he met her eyes. I made a promise that I'd always come back to you, and I meant it. Tears gathered in Emilia's eyes. You can't give up your entire world for me. I'm not giving it up. I'm choosing something else. He smiled, soft and certain. I've spent my whole life fighting for acknowledgement, trying to prove myself to people who didn't want to see me. Here, in this world, with you, I don't have to prove anything. I can just be. That's not fair to you. It's the fairest thing anyone's ever offered me. He pulled her close, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Let me choose this, Emilia. Let me choose you. She was crying now, tears streaming down her cheeks. Okay, she whispered. Okay, but if you ever change your mind, I won't. You can't know that. I can. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Because I've never been more sure of anything in my life. They sat together under the foreign stars, holding each other close. The future was uncertain. More enemies would come. More battles would be fought. But for now, in this moment, Naruto had found something he'd been searching for his entire life. Home. Chapter 5 End Chapter 6. The witch's embrace. The dream started again 3 nights after Naruto could walk without assistance. Silver hair, purple eyes, a field of white flowers stretching to infinity under a sky that churned with impossible colors. You came back. Satella stood at the center of the field, exactly as he remembered her. Beautiful and broken, radiating loneliness so profound it hurt to witness. Didn't have much choice, Naruto said. You keep pulling me here. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. It's just. She drifted closer, her movements eerily graceful. You feel like hope, and I've been without hope for so long. For 100 years. Has it been that long? A sad smile touched her lips. Time doesn't pass the same way in here. Sometimes it feels like yesterday. Sometimes it feels like eternity. Naruto studied her. This wasn't the raging monster the stories described. This was someone who'd been alone with her own madness for centuries, slowly drowning in it. The Witch of Envy, he said carefully. That's not you, is it? Satella flinched. She's part of me, the part that couldn't handle the pain. When I absorbed the witch factors, they didn't merge cleanly. The envy it split off became its own thing, a manifestation of every dark thought I'd ever had, every moment of jealousy and rage and despair. And it took over. Sometimes, when I'm weak, when the loneliness gets too heavy, she surfaces, does terrible things with my body, my power. Satella's voice cracked. I've killed so many people, Naruto. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't stop her. That's why you were sealed. The heroes couldn't kill me. The witch factors made that impossible. So they did the next best thing. Locked me away where I couldn't hurt anyone else. She laughed, hollow and bitter. For 100 years of isolation. Do you know what that does to a mind that was already fractured? I can imagine. No, you can't. Her eyes met his, and the depth of suffering in them was staggering. You've known loneliness. I can feel it in you. But you've also known connection, friendship, love. I had none of that. Even before the sealing, everyone I trusted betrayed me. Everyone I loved ran away. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's not your fault. She reached out, her fingers stopping just short of his face. But you could help me, if you wanted to. How? The seal is weakening. Has been for decades. Eventually, it will break entirely. And the Witch of Envy will be free to destroy what's left of the world. Her voice dropped to a whisper. But if someone were to reach me first, really reach me, not just fight the monster, they might be able to end it differently. End it how? By taking the witch factors. All of them. Absorbing them into yourself the way I did. But with a stronger foundation. Her eyes searched his face. You have something I never had, Naruto. You have balance. Light and dark existing together without tearing you apart. Kurama. The demon you befriended. Yes. Satella nodded. That relationship changed your soul. Made it capable of containing contradictions that would shatter anyone else. If you took the witch factors, I'd become the new witch of envy? No. You'd become something else entirely. Something that could finally put me to rest. Naruto was quiet for a long moment. Why me? Why not any of the other people who've tried to stop you over the centuries? Because you're the first one who listened. Tears were forming in Satella's eyes. Everyone else came with weapons and righteous fury. They wanted to destroy the monster, not understand the person. But you. She smiled, and it was heartbreaking. You asked why. That's not special. Anyone would. No one did. Her voice was firm. In 400 years, you're the only one who treated me like something other than a threat to be eliminated. That means more than you know. The dream began to fade, colors bleeding at the edges. Wait, Naruto called. How do I find you? The real you, not just these dreams. The sanctuary. Satella's voice was growing distant. The place where they sealed me. Find the sanctuary, pass the trials, and you'll reach me. Pause. But be careful. The witch of envy will fight you every step of the way. She doesn't want to die. I'm not afraid of her. You should be. Satella's form was barely visible now, a ghost fading into white. She's everything I was afraid of becoming, and she has 400 years of rage to unleash. The dream ended. Naruto woke to dawn light streaming through his window and the certainty that everything was about to change. He found Roswell in the Manor's library, surrounded by ancient texts and magical diagrams. The sanctuary, Naruto said without preamble. Where is it? Roswell went very still. How do you know that name? Satella told me. In a dream. Naruto moved into the room, studying the books scattered across the Margrave's desk. She said the seal is weakening, that eventually the witch of envy will break free. And you believe her? I believe she's lonely and broken and desperate for someone to help her. He met Roswell's mismatched eyes. I also believe you know exactly where the sanctuary is and why it matters. Silence stretched between them. Then Roswell laughed. A genuine sound, surprised out of him. You are endlessly fascinating, Naruto Uzumaki. He leaned back in his chair. Yes, I know where the sanctuary is. I've known for 400 years. It's been central to everything I've worked toward. Which is breaking the seal. Roswell's expression shifted to something complicated. Not to free the witch of envy. I'm not suicidal. But to access the witch factors she contains. To redistribute them in a way that serves my purposes. What purposes? That's a long story. Roswell stood, moving to a window. Suffice to say, I've been pursuing a goal since before you were born. A goal that requires power the sanctuary can provide. Tell me the long version. Roswell was quiet for a moment. Then he sighed. 400 years ago, I was a different person. Weaker. More idealistic. I had a teacher, Echidna, the witch of greed, who showed me what magic could truly accomplish. His voice softened. I loved her, in my way, and when she died, I swore I'd find a way to bring her back. Bring her back. Echidna's soul isn't gone. It's preserved in the sanctuary, trapped in a magical construct she created before her death. If I can access the right resources, the right witch factors, I can restore her to true life. That's... Naruto trailed off, not sure how to respond. Obsessive? Unhealthy? Possibly insane. Roswell smiled bitterly. I've had 400 years to make peace with what I am. The pursuit of this goal has cost me everything. My humanity, my relationships, my basic sense of right and wrong. But I've never been able to let it go. Why are you telling me this? Because you've disrupted my plans. Roswell turned to face him. Everything I've done. supporting Emilia, gathering resources, manipulating events across centuries, has been building toward a specific moment. A moment when I could access the sanctuary under conditions that would guarantee success. And I changed something. You changed everything. His voice held something that might have been wonder. You defeated Regulus, which I didn't expect. You connected with Satella directly, which should have been impossible. And you've inspired genuine loyalty in people I'd planned to use as tools. Sorry. Don't be. It's... Roswell shook his head. I've spent so long viewing everyone as pieces on a board. Means to an end. But watching how you treat people as people rather than resources, it's made me question things I thought were settled. Are you saying you want to change? I'm saying I don't know what I want anymore. Roswell's expression was lost in a way Naruto had never seen before. For 400 years, I had a purpose. Now that purpose is crumbling, and I don't know how to exist without it. Naruto studied him. He'd met people like Roswell before. People so consumed by a single goal that they'd sacrificed everything else to achieve it. People who couldn't see past their own obsession to recognize what they'd become. But he'd also seen some of those people change. Given the right circumstances, the right support. Help me reach the sanctuary, Naruto said. Help me understand what I'm dealing with. And in return, I'll help you figure out what comes next. What makes you think there's anything after this for me? Because there's always something after. Even when it doesn't feel like it. Naruto's voice was firm. You've been alone with your grief for 400 years. Maybe it's time to try something different. Roswell stared at him for a long moment. You really are from another world, he said finally. No one raised in Lugnica would extend this kind of trust to someone like me. Good thing I'm not from Lugnica then. A ghost of a smile crossed Roswell's face. The sanctuary is in the forest territory, about 2 days' travel from here. It's hidden behind barriers that only those with the right bloodline can pass. I'm guessing I don't have the right bloodline. No, but Emilia does. Roswell's expression grew serious. The trials of the sanctuary are designed for half-elves specifically. She would need to face them herself. Then she will. Naruto headed for the door. But I'm going with her. Every step of the way. I expected nothing less. Telling Emilia was harder than Naruto expected. Not because she refused. She agreed almost immediately, her eyes lighting with the same determination he'd come to love, but because he could see the fear underneath. The Witch of Envy. She said the name like it was poison. You want me to help you reach her. I want us to end this. Permanently. He took her hand, grounding them both. The seal is failing. Eventually, she'll break free whether we do anything or not. This way, we get to choose the terms. And if something goes wrong, if she overpowers you, takes control, then you stop me. His voice was steady. Whatever it takes. I trust you to do that. I don't want to. I know. But I need you to promise. If I lose myself in there, if the Witch of Envy wins. He met her eyes. You end it. Emilia was silent for a long moment. You're asking me to kill the person I love. I'm asking you to protect the world from a monster. Even if that monster wears my face. He squeezed her hand. I know it's not fair. None of this is fair. But I don't have anyone else I trust with this. What about Reinhard? He's the sword saint, he could. Reinhard would hesitate. He'd try to find another way. Give me chances I don't deserve. You won't. His smile was sad. You love me too much to let me become something we'd both hate. Tears were streaming down Emilia's face. I hate this, she whispered. I hate that you're asking me to make this choice. I know. And I hate that I understand why you're asking. She pulled him into a fierce embrace. Promise me you'll fight. Promise me you won't give up, no matter what happens in there. I promise. Then I promise too. Her voice hardened. But if I have to stop you, I'm going to be very upset about it afterward. I'd expect nothing less. They left for the sanctuary 3 days later. The group was small: Naruto, Emilia, Rem, Gamakichi, and Roswell himself. Others had wanted to come, but the trials required minimal interference from outside sources. The barriers will recognize Emilia's bloodline, Roswell explained as they traveled. But they'll resist anyone else. Stay close to her, and you should be able to pass. The forest territory was unlike anything Naruto had seen in Lugnica. Dense trees that blocked out the sun, paths that seemed to shift when you weren't looking, and a constant sense of being watched by unseen eyes. Cheerful place, Gamakichi muttered. It's designed to discourage visitors. Roswell's voice was oddly flat. Most people who wander in never wander out. They reached the barrier on the second day. It was invisible but tangible, a wall of force that pushed back against any approach. Emilia pressed her palm against it, silver light flaring from the contact, and slowly the resistance faded. Stay close, she said. I can only maintain the opening for a few minutes. They passed through. The sanctuary wasn't what Naruto expected. He'd imagined some kind of prison, dark, oppressive, designed to contain evil. Instead, he found a small village. Stone buildings arranged around a central square, gardens overgrown with wildflowers, and residents who watched the newcomers with wary curiosity. Who are they? Rem asked quietly. Descendants of the original seal keepers. Roswell's voice was soft. They've been here for generations, maintaining the barriers, ensuring no one reaches the witch's prison. And they're just living here? They have nowhere else to go. The barriers work both ways. They can't leave any more than outsiders can enter. His expression was unreadable. Another cruelty built into this place. A woman approached them, elderly, with sharp eyes and a presence that commanded respect. Lord Mathers, I wondered if you'd return. Her gaze swept across the group, lingering on Emilia. And you've brought a half-elf, the first in decades. She's here to face the trials. Is she? The woman studied Emilia with unsettling intensity. Many have tried. All have failed. What makes this one different? She has something the others didn't. Naruto stepped forward, positioning himself beside Emilia. She has people who believe in her. The old woman's eyebrows rose. And you are someone who's going to help her succeed, one way or another. Confident. Her smile was thin. We'll see if that confidence survives the trials. She turned and walked away, leaving them standing in the square. Pleasant lady, Gamakichi observed. Her name is Ryuzu. Roswell's voice was quiet. She's been the sanctuary's guardian for longer than anyone remembers. Don't underestimate her. The trials began at dawn the next day. Emilia stood before a stone structure at the village's center, a pyramid of black rock that pulsed with ancient power. The entrance gaped like a mouth, leading down into darkness. 3 trials, Roswell explained. Each one tests a different aspect of the challenger's soul. Past, present, and future. Complete all 3, and the sanctuary's barriers fall. The witch's prison becomes accessible. And if I fail, then the trials reset, and you can try again. His voice hardened. But each failure takes a toll. Some challengers have been driven mad by repeated attempts. Naruto took Emilia's hand. You're not going to fail. You can't know that. I know you. He squeezed gently. Whatever's in there, whatever you have to face, you're strong enough. I believe that. Emilia's expression wavered between fear and determination. Wait for me. Always. She walked into the pyramid. The hours that followed were the longest of Naruto's life. He waited outside, unable to sit still, pacing the same path until he'd worn a visible track in the grass. Ram and Rem kept watch, their expressions tight with worry. Gamakichi tried to make conversation, then gave up and waited in silence. Roswell sat apart from the others, his face unreadable. What happens in there? Naruto asked eventually. The trials. What does she have to face? Her own truth. Roswell's voice was distant. The first trial forces you to confront your past. Every memory you've suppressed, every trauma you've buried. It drags them to the surface and makes you relive them. That sounds brutal? It is. Many challengers break on the first trial alone. He glanced at Naruto. Emilia's past is complicated. Full of pain she's never fully processed. If she can't accept it, she can. Naruto's voice was firm. She's stronger than anyone gives her credit for. Let's hope so. Emilia emerged 3 hours later. She was shaking, tears streaming down her face, but she was standing. When she saw Naruto, she ran to him, collapsing into his arms with a sob that shook her entire body. I saw them, she whispered. My parents, my village, everything that happened before Puck found me. Her voice cracked. I'd forgotten so much, blocked it out because it hurt too much to remember. But you faced it. I had to. They made me. She pulled back, wiping her eyes. The first trial is complete. I can try the second tomorrow. Then we rest tonight. You did amazing. I don't feel amazing, but she managed a weak smile. I feel exhausted. Then let's get you somewhere comfortable. The second trial came and went. Emilia faced it with determination that left Naruto awed. Walking into that dark pyramid, confronting whatever horrors it held, and emerging battered but unbroken. It showed me the present, she said afterward. All the versions of myself I could be. The weak one, the frightened one, the angry one. Her voice was quiet. And the strong one, the one who doesn't need anyone else to define her worth. Which one did you choose? All of them. Her smile was tired but genuine. They're all me. I can't reject any of them without rejecting myself. That's incredibly wise. Is it? It felt more like common sense. She leaned into him. One more trial. Then we face the real challenge. The third trial was the hardest. Naruto could tell even before Emilia entered. She stood at the pyramid's entrance for a long time, staring into the darkness, her hands clenched at her sides. The future, Roswell said quietly. She'll see every possible path her life could take. Every choice, every consequence, every version of herself she might become. And she has to accept all of them? She has to accept that the future is uncertain, that no matter what she does, she can't control what happens. Many challengers can face their past and present, but the future, he shook his head. Uncertainty breaks people. Not her. Emilia walked into the darkness. 6 hours passed. Naruto waited, anxiety gnawing at his gut, refusing to believe anything had gone wrong. She'd handled the first 2 trials. She could handle this one. She had to. When she finally emerged, something was different. She stood taller. Her expression was calm, almost serene. The desperate uncertainty he'd seen before replaced by quiet confidence. It's done, she said. All 3 trials. The barriers will fall at sunset. What did you see? Everything. She took his hand, her grip steady. Every future I could have. The ones where I fail, the ones where I succeed, the ones where you... She trailed off. Where I what? Die. Her voice was soft. Some futures you don't survive what's coming. The witch of envy consumes you, and everything we've built falls apart. Naruto's chest tightened. And you still came out? Because I also saw the futures where you live. Where we build something together, where the world changes for the better, where... She smiled, and it was radiant. Where we have a family. Children who inherit your stubbornness and my magic. A life that means something. A family? Maybe. If we survive this. She stood on her toes, pressing a kiss to his cheek. But first, we have a witch to face. The barriers fell as the sun touched the horizon. Naruto felt it. A shift in the natural energy, like a held breath finally released. The oppressive weight of the sanctuary lifted, replaced by something else. Something waiting. The witch's prison is beneath the central shrine, Roswell said. I'll show you the way, but I cannot enter. The seal was designed to reject anyone with malicious intent toward the prisoner. And you have malicious intent? I have complicated intent. His expression was unreadable. Go. Face what's waiting. Whatever happens. He hesitated. Thank you for making me question what I thought I knew. Don't thank me yet. Naruto headed toward the shrine, Emilia beside him. We might not come back. Then I'll thank you now, just in case. The shrine was smaller than the pyramid. A simple stone structure covered in runes that pulsed with fading light. Inside, stairs led down into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow light itself. Whatever happens in there, Naruto said, stay behind me. If the Witch of Envy manifests, I know what to do. Emilia's voice was steady. But it's not going to come to that. How can you be sure? Because I saw it. She took his hand. In the trial, the futures where we win, they all have one thing in common. What? We face her together. Not as warriors coming to destroy a monster, but as people trying to help someone who's suffered enough. She met his eyes. Satella isn't our enemy. She's the first victim. We need to remember that. They descended into the dark. The stairs went deeper than should have been possible, hundreds of feet, thousands, down into the earth's heart where light had never reached. But as they went, Naruto felt something changing. The oppressive darkness was fading, replaced by purple light, the same light from his dreams, the same color that had wrapped around Satella in that endless field of flowers. They emerged into a cavern, and there she was, Satella, the Witch of Envy, hung suspended in the cavern's center, bound by chains of crystallized light that cut into her pale skin. Her silver hair floated around her like a halo, her purple eyes were closed, and her expression was peaceful. Sleeping. After 400 years, she was sleeping. Don't wake her yet. Emilia's voice was hushed. Look around first. Naruto looked. The cavern was vast, larger than any natural formation, with walls that shimmered with magical energy. 6 crystals surrounded Satella's suspended form, each one pulsing with a different color. Pride's red, greed's yellow, wrath's orange, sloth's green, lust's pink, gluttony's blue. And at the center of it all, above Satella's head, a 7th crystal, black as void, pulsing with purple light. Envy. The witch factors, Emilia breathed. They're still inside her. Separated. Naruto moved closer, studying the crystals. It's like they've been isolated, contained in their own prisons within her body. That's what the seal does. A new voice, coming from everywhere and nowhere. It doesn't destroy, it divides. Keeps the sins from combining. Prevents the true witch of envy from fully manifesting. Who's there? Laughter. Light. Feminine. A figure materialized before them. A woman with white hair and black eyes, dressed in funeral clothes that seemed to absorb the light around her. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki. I've been waiting to meet you. And you are. Echidna. The woman smiled. The witch of greed. Or what's left of her. Roswell's teacher. The woman he'd loved enough to spend 400 years trying to resurrect. You're dead. Mostly. But death isn't quite as permanent as people think. Not for a witch, not when they prepare properly. Echidna drifted closer, her form flickering like a poor reflection. I preserved a fragment of myself here, tied to the seal. A failsafe in case someone ever tried what you're about to try. And what am I about to try? You're going to absorb the witch factors. Her black eyes gleamed with something like hunger. Take them into yourself. Merge them with your own essence. Become something entirely new. Pause. Or you'll fail, and the witch of envy will consume you, and everything Satella feared will come to pass. You seem confident about those options. I've had 400 years to consider them. Echidna spread her hands. I created this seal, you know. With the hero's help, yes, but the design was mine. I thought I was containing a monster. Instead, I was perpetuating a tragedy. Regret. Something like it. I wasn't capable of true regret when I was alive. Curiosity was my driving force, not conscience. But death has a way of changing perspectives. Her expression softened slightly. Satella didn't deserve what happened to her. None of us did. We were all just broken people trying to fill the voids inside us. Then help me fix it. That's why I'm here. Echidna gestured toward the suspended witch. The seal is weakening because Satella herself wants it to fail. Deep down, beneath all the madness and pain, she wants to be free. Not to destroy, to rest. How do I give her that? By taking what she carries. The witch factors are parasites. They feed on their hosts, twist them, eventually consume them entirely. Satella has been fighting that consumption for 400 years. Her reward for surviving shouldn't be execution. Then what should it be? Peace. Echidna's voice was soft. The chance to finally let go. To exist without the constant battle against her own fractured psyche. Naruto looked at Emilia. She nodded, her expression determined. How do I do it? Echidna's instructions were complex but clear. He would need to approach each crystal individually, accept the witch factor it contained, and integrate it into his own soul. The process would be painful, each sin fighting to dominate him, each one trying to twist him into a new vessel. The key is balance, Echidna explained. You've already achieved something similar with your demon partner. The same principle applies. Don't try to suppress the sins. Don't let them suppress you. Find the equilibrium where you can coexist. And if I can't, then you become the eighth witch, and everything you love burns. No pressure then. He started with sloth. The green crystal pulsed as he approached, recognizing something in him. Maybe the scent that had clung to him since arriving in this world. When he touched it, the world dissolved. He was floating in emptiness. No body, no form, just consciousness drifting in a void that felt like exhaustion made manifest. You could rest here. A voice, Betelgeuse's voice but calmer, saner. Stop fighting. Stop struggling. Let go of everything and just exist. That's not rest. That's giving up. Is there a difference? Yeah. Naruto's will hardened. Rest is what you earn after the work is done. Giving up is running away before it's finished. The void trembled. And I'm not done yet. Light exploded through the emptiness, golden chakra, pushing back the green, refusing to be swallowed by apathy. Naruto felt the witch factor of sloth trying to take hold, trying to settle into his soul, and he didn't fight it. He accepted it. Not as a master, not as a slave, as a partner. The same way he'd accepted Kurama all those years ago. The green crystal shattered. He moved to the next one, and the next. Greed tried to convince him that everything should belong to him. He acknowledged the desire while rejecting the obsession, finding the balance between healthy ambition and destructive possessiveness. Wrath tried to consume him in rage. He accepted the anger while channeling it toward protecting rather than destroying, transforming fury into passion. Lust tried to overwhelm him with desire. He acknowledged that wanting was human while refusing to let want control him, finding the line between appreciation and obsession. Gluttony tried to make him hunger for everything. He accepted that consumption was part of life while rejecting the emptiness that demanded more, always more. Pride tried to convince him he was above everyone else. He acknowledged his strength while remembering that strength meant nothing without people to protect, finding humility in connection. 6 crystals. 6 witch factors. Each one integrated, accepted, balanced against the others and against his own soul. One remained. Envy. The black crystal pulsed with purple light, and when Naruto approached it, the air itself seemed to tremble. You've come far. Satella's voice, but different. Sharper. Colder. Farther than anyone else has managed. Are you going to try to stop me? I'm going to do what I've always done. The witch of envy manifested before him. Satella's form but twisted. Her beautiful features distorted by hatred and madness. Fight to survive. Fight to exist. Fight because fighting is all I've known for 400 years. You don't have to fight anymore. Don't I? She laughed, and it was the sound of breaking glass. You think absorbing me will be like the others? I'm not a fragment, little mortal. I'm the core, the center around which all the other sins orbit. Without me, they fall apart. Then I'll hold them together. With what? Your impressive willpower? Your touching belief in the power of friendship. She sneered. I've seen 100 heroes try to challenge me. All of them believed they were special. All of them failed. Then I'll be the first to succeed. He reached for the black crystal. The witch of envy screamed. Pain. More pain than all the other trials combined, tearing through Naruto's consciousness like lightning through water. He felt the full weight of 400 years of isolation, of jealousy, of rage at a world that had never given Satella a chance. And underneath it all, buried so deep it was almost invisible, hope. You don't want to destroy everything, Naruto gasped out. You never did. You're just tired of fighting alone. Shut up. All those centuries, all that suffering, you just wanted someone to understand. Someone to see past the monster to the person underneath. Shut up. I see you, Satella. His voice was steady despite the agony. I see the girl who just wanted to be loved, who took on burdens no one should have carried alone because she thought it was the only way to matter. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. He pushed forward, through the pain, through the resistance. I know what it's like to be feared for something you can't control. To have everyone look at you and see a monster instead of a person. To spend years proving yourself to people who already decided you weren't worth trusting. The witch of envy's form flickered. I also know what it's like to find people who see the real you, who believe in you even when you can't believe in yourself. His hand closed around the black crystal. You could have had that too. If the world had been kinder, if circumstances had been different, you could have been happy. It's too late for that. It's never too late. He met her eyes, purple, like Satella's, but without the gentleness. Let go. Let someone else carry this for a while. You've earned your rest. For one eternal moment, everything was still. Then the witch of envy smiled. It wasn't a cruel smile. Wasn't triumphant or malicious. It was relieved. You really are different, she whispered. All those heroes, all those warriors. None of them ever thought to ask what I wanted. What do you want? To stop existing. Her form was fading, dissolving into purple light. Not to die, to stop being this. The anger, the jealousy, the endless hunger for something I can never have. I want it to end. Then let me end it. I am. She reached out, her hand passing through the crystal and into his chest. Take it. All of it. The last 400 years of my existence. Every terrible thing I've done. Every moment of pain I've caused. Make it mean something. Light exploded through the cavern. Naruto felt the witch factor of envy, the original sin, the source of everything, pour into his soul. It was vast, overwhelming, trying to drown him in wants and needs and desperate longings. But he didn't fight it. He accepted it. As he'd accepted the others. As he'd accepted Kurama. As he'd accepted every dark part of himself that he'd ever tried to hide. Balance. That's what Echidna had said. Not suppression, not domination. Coexistence. The light faded. Naruto stood in the center of the cavern. 7 witch factors integrated into his being. Power unlike anything he'd ever imagined flowing through his veins. And hanging before him, freed from her chains, was Satella. Not the witch of envy. Just Satella. A silver-haired woman with purple eyes and an expression of profound peace. You did it, she whispered. You actually did it. Are you okay? She blinked, like she was seeing the world for the first time. I'm free. The sins, I can't feel them anymore. They're gone. They're not gone. They're just somewhere else now. In you. She reached out, touching his face with trembling fingers. How do you feel? Naruto took a moment to assess. The witch factors were there. He could feel each one, distinct and powerful, waiting to be used. But they weren't fighting him, weren't trying to take control. They were just present. Tools waiting to be wielded by someone who understood them. I feel like myself, he said finally. Just more. Satella laughed. It was a beautiful sound, pure and genuine, without any trace of the madness that had consumed her for so long. You're remarkable, Naruto Uzumaki. I don't think anyone in history has ever done what you just did. First time for everything. Yes. Her smile was radiant. I suppose there is. They emerged from the cavern to find the others waiting. Emilia saw Satella first, saw her silver hair and purple eyes, and went pale. But then she noticed the woman's expression, the absence of malice, and something shifted in her face. "It's over," Naruto said. "The Witch of Envy is gone. Satella is just Satella now." "How is that possible?" "Long story. The short version is, I'm carrying some extra baggage now." He held up his hand, and purple lightning crackled between his fingers. "But it's under control. I promise." Roswell stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Satella with an intensity that bordered on reverence. "The seal is broken. The witch factors are contained." His voice was hushed. "This wasn't supposed to be possible. A lot of things that aren't supposed to be possible seem to happen around me." Naruto glanced at Emilia. "Ready to go home?" "More than ready." She moved to his side, taking his hand. But first, her eyes found Satella. "What happens to her?" Satella smiled, and there was sadness in it. "I don't know. I've never been free before. I'm not sure who I am without the sins defining me." "Then figure it out." Emilia's voice was firm. "Come with us. Find a place in the world. You deserve that chance. After everything I did? After everything that was done to you." Emilia stepped forward, taking Satella's hands. "I know what it's like to be judged for someone else's sins. To have people look at you and see a monster because of accidents of appearance and fate. You don't have to keep carrying that." Satella stared at her for a long moment. Then tears began streaming down her face. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for seeing me." The journey back to the capital took longer than the trip out. There was too much to process, too many changes to absorb, too many questions about what came next. Naruto spent most of the travel time experimenting with his new abilities, learning the limits and capabilities of each witch factor. Sloth let him stop time for himself, creating moments of perfect stillness in a moving world. Greed let him claim ownership of physical objects, making them extensions of his will. Wrath amplified his combat abilities to devastating levels. Lust enhanced his charisma and emotional perception. Gluttony let him absorb magical attacks, converting enemy power into his own. Pride made him immune to psychological manipulation and fear effects. And envy let him want things into existence, not creation from nothing, but manifestation of potential, turning possibility into reality through sheer force of will. "You're getting the hang of it," Gamakichi observed. "It's weird, like having 7 new limbs I never knew I was missing." Naruto formed a small Rasengan using envy's power instead of chakra. It was purple instead of blue, but otherwise identical. "I don't think I've even scratched the surface yet. Just try not to blow anything up accidentally." No promises. They reached the capital on the 5th day. The city was different, not physically, but in atmosphere. Word had spread about the sanctuary, about the seals breaking, about what had happened beneath the earth. Most of the stories were wrong, exaggerated by rumor and fear, but the truth was strange enough that the lies weren't much wilder. The council demanded an audience. Naruto went alone, despite Emilia's protests. This was something he needed to handle himself, the political fallout of absorbing 7 witch factors and potentially becoming the most dangerous being in Lugnica. "You expect us to believe," Lord Rickert sputtered, "that you've taken the power of all 7 witches into yourself, and you're not a threat? I don't expect you to believe anything. I'm just telling you what happened." Naruto stood at the center of the council chamber, deliberately calm, deliberately unthreatening. The seal was failing. The Witch of Envy would have broken free eventually. This way, the factors are contained by someone who understands balance. And we're supposed to trust your understanding of balance? You're supposed to trust the results. He met Rickert's eyes steadily. The white whale is dead. Regulus Corneas is imprisoned. Petalgus faction is scattered. The witch cult has been weakened more in the past month than in the previous century. All through violence. All through necessity. I didn't start those fights, I ended them, because no one else could. Lady Miklatov leaned forward. "And what do you intend to do with this power, Master Uzumaki? Now that you possess abilities that could theoretically destroy kingdoms?" "I intend to protect people. Simple. Direct. True. Same thing I've always done. The power is different, but the purpose isn't. That's a nice sentiment. But power corrupts. Not always. His voice was firm. I've seen it happen. I've seen good people become monsters because they couldn't handle what they'd become. But I've also seen power used for exactly what it's meant for. Protecting the weak, standing against evil, building something worth believing in. And you believe you're the second type? I believe I choose to be. Every day. That's all any of us can do. Silence fell over the chamber. Then Lady Miklatov smiled, small but genuine. You're either the wisest fool I've ever met, or the most foolish wise man. I'm not sure which. She stood. The council will need time to deliberate. But personally, I think Lugnica is fortunate to have you. I appreciate that. Don't thank me yet. The deliberations might not go in your favor. But her eyes were warm. Go. Be with your people. Whatever happens next, it won't happen today. Naruto left the chamber feeling lighter than he had in weeks. Emilia was waiting outside, as he knew she would be. How did it go? Could have been worse. He took her hand, letting her presence ground him. They're going to deliberate, probably argue for weeks about whether I'm a savior or a threat. And what do you think you are? I think I'm someone trying to do the right thing in a complicated world. He smiled. Same as always. She leaned into him, her head resting against his shoulder. I love you. I love you too. The words came easily now. Natural, right? Whatever happens next, whatever the council decides, whatever new enemies appear, we face it together. Together, she agreed. Always. They walked back to the manor in comfortable silence. The setting sun painting the city in shades of gold and purple. The future was uncertain. More challenges would come. More battles would be fought. More sacrifices would be made. But for now, in this moment, Naruto had everything he'd ever wanted. A home, purpose, people worth protecting, and love, real love, the kind that saw past the monster to the person underneath. He'd found it in the most unexpected place, in a world that wasn't his own, surrounded by people who'd started as strangers and become family. And he wouldn't trade it for anything. The final chapter of his story in this world was just beginning. But whatever came next, whatever trials lay ahead, Naruto knew one thing with absolute certainty. He wasn't facing them alone. Not anymore. Not ever again. Epilogue 6 months later, Naruto stood on the balcony of a building that hadn't existed when he first arrived in Lugnica. The Alliance Tower, headquarters of the unified campaign that had brought all 5 royal selection candidates together against common threats. His idea, originally, though Emilia had done most of the political legwork to make it reality. Below, the capital spread out in all directions, rebuilt, thriving, safer than it had been in centuries. The witch cult had been reduced to scattered remnants, harassed by coordinated forces that left them no room to regroup. Trade routes were open, citizens were prosperous, and for the first time in 400 years, people weren't afraid to speak the Witch of Envy's name, because she wasn't the Witch of Envy anymore. Sadella had found a place in the world, working with Emilia, helping other outcasts find acceptance, slowly earning the trust of people who'd feared her legend for generations. It wasn't easy. Some would never accept her, but she kept trying, kept proving herself, kept believing that change was possible. Just like someone else he knew. Deep thoughts. Emilia appeared beside him, silver hair catching the evening light. Just thinking about how much has changed. Good changes? The best kind. He turned to face her, taking in the woman she'd become. Confident, powerful, the front-runner in a selection that would likely end with her as queen. Not because of him, because of herself. Because she'd proven, over and over, that she deserved every ounce of trust people placed in her. Puck says the connection to Mount Mayaboku is stable now, she said quietly. You could go home, if you wanted. I know. And this is home. He pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. You're home. Ram and Rem, Roswell, even Gamakichi complaining about the weather. This world, these people, I choose them. I choose you. That's a big decision. It's the easiest one I've ever made. She smiled, and it was radiant. I choose you too, she said. For whatever comes next. They stood together on the balcony, watching the sun set over a city they'd helped save, a world they'd helped change. Not perfect, never perfect, but better, always working toward better. And that, Naruto had learned, was enough. More than enough. It was everything.